Doesn't stay.
Push the right side. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Good morning. Oh, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I'd like to take roll call. Chairman Paul Foster, present. Vice Chairman Oliver Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Leslie Doggett.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Galo.
Present.
Commissioner John McCall.
Present.
Commissioner Bobby Patton.
Present.
Commissioner Blake Rowling, not present. Commissioner Dick Scott.
Present.
And Commissioner Tim Timmerman.
Present.
Thank you. This meeting is called to order on August 20th, 2025 at 9:13 a.m. Before proceeding with any business, I believe Dr. Yaskowitz has a statement to make.
Public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
Thank you. Commissioners, as a reminder, please turn on your microphones and announce your name before you speak. Work session item number 1. Update on the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's progress in implementing the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreational Plan. We'll do an internal affairs update.
Did you want to introduce, I think the page before was Chairman?
Oh, did I skip a page? Pardon me, skipped an entire page. I would like, and this is most appropriate, I would like to recognize our new commissioner, John McCall. Commissioner McCall, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm from Crockett, Texas, so I'm a deep East Texas boy. I like to tell everybody I was born in Crockett, former Mayor Crockett. I'm more Crockett than Davy. He just stopped on the way to the Alamo. I'm coming off the U of H Board of Regents. I was my last 3 years I was Secretary, Chair, Treasurer, Vice Chair, and Chair, and came straight on to here. I graduated from University of Houston, got my Doctor of Optometry there, and then went on and became and do some glaucoma surgery now. That's primarily, what I do, and I patented the #1 lens in the world that we use for glaucoma surgery, and I thought it was common sense, but I guess nobody thought of it before me. I'm Senior Vice President of Vision Source, which is one of the largest doctor networks in the world, and have a scope and a rifle business because I use my knowledge of optics and did that. But beyond all of that, I grew up on the Trinity River, so we start talking about Trinity River now. I've been all over that, so glad to be here. I'm a big hunter. I've hunted all over the world, probably 40 worldwide safaris, and just glad to be here and bring any knowledge that I've got to the commission, and sure proud to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you and welcome, and we all look forward to working very closely with you. Yeah. Before we proceed, I'd like to announce that work session item number 5, implementation of legislation during the 89th Texas Legislative Session, Senate Bill 1245, relating to the take of aoudad sheep by using a helicopter. The recommended adoption of proposed changes has been withdrawn from today's agenda, and we'll address it at a later date. The first order of business is the approval of the minutes from the previous work session held May 21st, 2025. These have already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
Commissioner Bell, so moved.
Thank you. And is there a second? Perfect. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Work session item number 1, back to where I was a minute ago. Update on the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's progress in implementing the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreation Plan. Dr. Jaskowitz.
Chairman, welcome
Thank
to
you.
the chairmanship. It's great to have you there. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is David Jaskowitz, Executive Director of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I would like to provide you an update germane to the land and water related plan and functions inside the department. As is customary, I will start off with an internal affairs update. On May 30th, Major Mike Duran and Assistant Commander Jarrett Barker and Captain Joel Parker attended the 67th Game Warden and State Park Police Cadet graduation ceremony. On June 11th, Assistant Commander Barker participated in the yearly agency-wide emergency management tabletop exercise that simulated a large-scale natural disaster response. And then on June 25th, Major Duran, Captain Parker, and Captain Cody Hatfield participated in a one-day advanced law enforcement rapid response training or alert update at the Llano County Sheriff Office. The one-day update was a part of the Alerts Solo Officer Response course designed to provide the solo officer with the knowledge, physical skills, and mindset on how to isolate, distract, or neutralize an armed threat like an active shooter. The Office of Internal Affairs has updated their footprint on the TPWD webpage. The update included the current information on the Office of Internal Affairs process and the complaint and resolution process, and how to file a complaint in both English and Spanish. That includes a new version of the official complaint form. Next, I want to spend some time discussing the department's flood response update, and I'll open this up, introduce some of the work that the department had participated in, and then I'll ask Rodney Franklin, our State Parks Division Director, and Colonel Ron Vanderroos to come up and share the response from each of their respective divisions. The department takes the preparation for response to emergencies with a high level of professionalism, whether it be on our 750,000 acres of wildlife management areas that we steward, or the 89 state parks that almost have 10 million visitors a year, or the 10,000 square miles of surface water that we patrol. Our emergency preparation includes our own facilities and properties, but as important is the expertise and assets that we bring to respond to disasters across the state, such as the July 4th flooding events. I was informed by our colonel on July 3rd that the State Operations Center had been activated in anticipation of heavy rainfall across the hill country, and that game warden personnel and assets had been pre-positioned for response, and state parks were activating their emergency management plans at the same time. In the early hours of July 4th, myself and the colonel were in communication about our search and rescue response, and at the same time, state parks were already moving people out of harm's way, anticipating the flooding waters that would be coming downriver. COO Craig Bonds and I were in regular contact with our teams, trying to be helpful, but also providing the space that they needed to do their work. In the early afternoon of July 4th, I joined our colonel and game wardens and state park police as the response was starting to hit full stride in Kerrville. But the game wardens had been there active since the very early morning hours, and more were arriving every minute. The team had established a needed command presence, getting assets on the water and in the air for search and rescue operations. Craig and I joined the team again in Kerrville on July 7th at the Unified Emergency Operations Center, and we also assessed the impact to several of our state parks over the next couple of days. The efficiency and effectiveness of our response was supported by so many others within the department, but importantly, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation's S. Reed Morian Gear Up for Game Wardens, where they drop ship much needed equipment, including 200 waterproof boots, 250 pairs of work gloves, 240 safety glasses, gear packs, hydration bladders, and propeller blades that were getting damaged as search and rescue inflatables were working the water. But the foundation did more than that. They stood ready to help our TPWD family members that were impacted by the flood through their disaster relief grants. and help was needed. As one of our game wardens was responding for search and rescue support, his house had been flooded. The foundation stepped in with lightning speed, granting meaningful financial assistance and making a tough situation much more bearable. I'm very proud of the response of our game wardens, state park police, and state park staff, as I know you are. They did an incredible job under unbelievable conditions. Next, I'll invite Rodney Franklin up to share state parks response in a little bit more detail, and then Ron Vanderoost will follow after him.
Thank you. Rodney?
Good morning and congratulations, Chairman Foster.
Thank you.
Welcome, Commissioner McCall. Fellow commissioners, for the record, my name is Rodney Franklin. I'm the State Parks Director, and I'll be walking through the response for the State Parks team in the wake of the devastating flooding that happened in the Hill Country. As Director Yaskowitz laid out, massive effort by a lot of people, and our State Parks team enacted their emergency protocols. And fortunately for us, I know there's a lot of damage in that area, but fortunately for us, we were able to move people out of harm's way, resulting in no injuries or visitor property damage at all. So we were fortunate in that way, but I just commend our staff for being proactive about getting our visitors out of harm's way on a very busy holiday weekend. So we'll walk through how that transpired throughout the event. The picture you see there on the right is Guadalupe River State Park on July 4th. So that picture is from the impacts of the flooding. But our efforts really started prior to that, the day before. We have a State Parks emergency management specialist that really keeps his job is to keep an eye on dangerous situations and was keeping an eye on the weather. He was plugged into the State Operations Center and getting information and real-time reports, not only from the Weather Service, but reports from the SOC. But the important part of that was communicating all that information to our park superintendents, our lead rangers and staff on the ground, and also our regional team, state park leadership, and also TPWD leadership. So that communication was the first part of our superintendents and staff on the ground enacting their emergency protocols. So they activated those emergency protocols and kept in constant contact with the emergency management specialist and started to think about moving equipment, staging equipment, as well as notifying campers that were at the various, we had 22 parks in total that were impacted by the rain event. Some of the tools and resources that we use for that is mobile weather apps. Of course, there's a list there that I will let you read. I've already mentioned the SOC awareness reports that come from the state of Texas, the National Weather Service as well. But I want to talk a little bit about the importance of the data we get from the various river gauges. That's a part of our emergency management plan. That data really informs what is happening at our state parks and when it will happen with regard to low-lying areas and how the river will impact some of our campsites and day use areas that are close to the rivers. And then on-site observation. There's a lot of history with flooding at our various parks, so our superintendents and park staff are aware of that as well. So they're gauging things as it's happening in real time. But the most important part is relaying all that information to visitors that we have in state parks. So we had to move people out of the low-lying areas and get them to high ground, and in some cases evacuate parks because some of the low water crossings really cut off access and exits to state parks. So we evacuated folks ahead of that using the data that we had. So, and then also our visitors, of course, were monitoring weather with their personal cell phones as well. So a lot of communications happening. The picture you see there is Pertinalis Falls State Park, and the river was as high as I'd ever seen it, even a few days later when Craig Bonds and Dr. Yaskowitz and I viewed that area. So as I mentioned, there were 22 state parks in total that were impacted. Some of the stats you'll see 124 campsites evacuated or relocated, 329 people. We had to cancel some events, of course. One of our busiest holiday times is the 4th of July. And another thing I want to talk about, because it played into the response, canceling those overnight reservations prior to people coming to that area was big for us. So we activated our central central reservation system to contact visitors. They contacted 237 overnight visitors. Our customer service center contacted 658 day-use visitors. And there was a little bit of an impact to our revenue, of course, with those refunds that we did. But I do want to point out that overall for the year, visitation and revenue is still up because it's been a good year compared to last year. We've got about 2 more weeks to go, so we'll see how that goes. But the impact to the Hill Country obviously was an impact, but it didn't severely impact our overall visitation and revenue. A couple of things to note. We had some parks that were obviously impacted more than others and had some extended closures, like Inks Lake, San Angelo, and Colorado Bend really was one of the most impacted. We'll see some damage from some roads. That bottom picture there is a low water crossing at Inks Lake, so it took a while to get some of that debris cleaned up, and Guadalupe River at the top there. And throughout this time, we were in constant communication with the State Operations Center. And we got a chance to see some of that with Craig and Dr. Yasko with some of the damage, and we'll see a few pictures of that a little bit later. This is some of that effort as we recovered some of the reasons that some parks were closed a little bit longer. You can see there, Colorado Bend had some road damage. Ultimately, we were able to cone that area off and still have access to the park. But a lot of debris cleanup, and most of the debris was natural in nature. It was big logs, big trees that had come down the river that we had to clean up. We had trees in the tops of trees that we had to could present an unsafe situation as well. So it took us a while to get things cleaned up from that perspective. But I was just talking to our infrastructure team. Not a lot of major facility damage. It was mainly debris. We had to replace some signs. We were able, because of our proactive work, move a lot of our facilities out of the floodplain area. So we lost a few picnic tables, but we didn't lose them all because we were able to move a lot of those. So we still have some road repair that we'll work with TxDOT to do. We have some erosion on some trails that we will continue to do. We'll replace some signs and continue our trail restoration. But all in all, we were able to open up parks by July 26. The pictures you see there, some of the cleanup effort happening at Inks Lake, cleaning up the boat ramp. Guadalupe River, you can see how some of the trees just got, it was just a torrent of water and a rush of water that came through that area. And you see some of the damage to the roadway there. Just a little bit of our effort for the State Park Police team, mainly focused on making sure our visitors were safe in state parks. You'll hear a little bit more about the massive effort that took place in that area. The game wardens leading that effort. Our teams were embedded in some of the dive teams that were responding, some of the search and rescue, did some drone operations to support the larger effort. But a lot of focus on helping the local authorities in and around state parks, but also making sure our visitors and staff were safe inside state parks. So helping facilitate a safe evacuation and relocation effort was a lot of the focus. Helping us close roads, because that was a big part too. We had to monitor those low-lying areas. We didn't want people going into those areas where water was rushing across the road, and they were going to try to do that. So our park police officers were instrumental in closing that off to keep people safe and keep people out of unsafe areas. And then just continuing to monitor visitor activity to make sure not only our staff was safe, but the visitors were safe. And then lastly, I wanted to touch on some of what is being discussed statewide. It's a big effort to talk about some of the things we can look at to do better. And some of the things that state parks, and we've been talking with IT and our TPWD leadership about some of the things that were really critical for us. And the biggest thing was communication. There'll be a lot of talk in the legislature about communication and just having cell phone capability. So we're working with IT to boost cell phone signals where we can. A lot of our parks are remote, and so our technology to connect to Wi-Fi can be limited, but we're going to take advantage of satellite communications to help with that in some of our remote areas. We've started that process already, but it just underscores the importance of continuing to expand that effort for satellite communication, because we use a communication tool called Microsoft Teams to have our emergency alerts teams all communicating at the same time. And that really requires Wi-Fi to do that. So we're looking at that. There's a lot of conversation about audible alarm systems that the counties and the state may implement. And if that happens, we'll certainly take advantage of that to help as an early warning system in addition to what we're already doing. And the same is true of the river gauges. The river data is really critical for us. The river authorities like LCRA and GBRA are responsible for those, and we'll see if they have the ability to add more river gauges to give us more data. But if they do, certainly we'll take advantage of that, because that was critical in telling us how long we have to move people when a river gauge was at a certain point upriver from us. So our teams use that a lot and use communications with local authorities as well. And then other things, just signage to help with evacuation. We're looking at increasing the amount of signage. So instead of leading people out and directing traffic, we might be able to use signage to help let people know where they need to go. And then lastly, just portable PA systems. We have those embedded in our vehicles, mainly with our law enforcement, but we may expand that so that rangers can go through campgrounds making announcements to let people know where they can go or what's on the way. So we'll use a combination of all those things to hopefully we won't have to do this again, but if we do, we'll be even better prepared. So with that, I will turn things over to Colonel Vanderroos. Unless there are any questions for me, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rodney. I would just, before we go on, just want to offer my comments and express how proud I am as chairman and the entire commission of the response that you guys stood up. I know it was quite an effort. There was a lot of emotional toll and physical toll as well. And it's very impressive what you guys were able to accomplish, and just the willingness that you all demonstrated to jump in and do whatever was necessary is very much appreciated and acknowledged by all of us, so thank you.
I appreciate those words, Chairman. I really do, because not just for me, but for the people actually on the ground doing exactly what you said. It's one thing for me to help support from afar, but those boots on the ground are really critical, and I know they appreciate your words too, so thank you.
Thank you. And then the other quick comment is, and it seems like we say this every meeting, but just can't express how thankful we are for the foundation, and how no matter what our department is doing, they are always there. So I want to make sure we acknowledge that as well. So thank you.
Completely agree.
Yep.
Any other questions? Oh, okay.
Chairman Bell?
All right. Thank you.
Chairman, congratulations.
Thank you.
Commissioners, welcome. For the record, my name is Ron Vanderroos, and I am the Director of the Law Enforcement Division. Thank you for the opportunity to spend a few minutes summarizing what our law enforcement team was able to do during the July 4th floods. To that end, I'd like to talk about the role that game wardens play in the state's framework of disaster. Specifically, obviously, the flooding event is the first thing in what's on our mind, but to remind everybody that game wardens respond to every single natural disaster that occurs in the state. Hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, all of those things are purview to what we do for the state of Texas. We sit and have a permanent seat on the Texas Division of Emergency Management's Council, which advises the government at the activation of the SOC as to the state's resources and responses that can occur at that time. To that end, game wardens serve on the front line of that response. The uniqueness that we have as Texas game wardens is the fact that we have a law enforcement capacity combined with the ability to perform really critical technical search and rescue operations. And the third piece of that pivot that we have is the ability to respond very, very quickly and quicker than any other agency or any other program that is in the state of Texas. And so oftentimes you'll hear both the governor, Chief NIMKID, and emergency management refer to Texas game wardens as the Swiss Army knife of the state. And so they've utilized us in that capacity, and I'll illustrate how the July 4th floods, we did exactly that. First, I'd like to show you, this is a real quick video clip. I know everybody's seen lots of video of Kerrville and what occurred. This is a video that is from our helicopter on July 4th. This area is just south of Camp Mystic, which I know everybody in here is probably familiar with. And our goal is to show not just the devastation, but look at the water line and the debris line in some of these trees to really express the magnitude of this type of a flood. As you can see, looking at the debris line, unbelievable amount of water came down the Guadalupe River at that time. So, as a reminder, just over 550 game wardens stationed in 254 counties across the state, all trained in both law enforcement and all hazard responses. Particularly during our flooding events, the assets and equipment that responded to this, we're talking about 4x4 patrol vehicles, UTVs, ATVs, a vast boat fleet of both shallow draft boats, swift water boats, airboats, were all deployed during this process. In addition, both of our helicopters, they're hoist capable, responded in the early morning hours to this event. Our K9 units were both served in both tracking purposes as well as in the recovery efforts that were there. Thousands of unmanned aerial hours were put in both as mapping and as search and recovery processes. And again, our dive team and tactical teams were involved in the process as well. So just to kind of summarize on the July 4th events, one of the unique pieces that I explained earlier was the fact that, we're a quick response force for the state of Texas. To that end, as the SOC became activated on July 3rd, we took a pre-deployment posture and moved swift water assets to where we believed could quickly respond in case of a disaster. In this particular moment, it worked and paid off as far as where both in Kerrville and across the other affected counties that were there. So we had our swift water teams pre-deployed, and usually that means we try to find the spot that we can deploy within 30 to 45 minutes and get in the water and start making rescues and saving people. So that included both the Guadalupe, Concho, and San Gabriel River basins that existed there. And so as those teams early in the morning became pre-deployed, we learned of the flooding that actually started to begin early morning hours of July 4th. Those teams swiftly became into action, began actively rescuing. We also launched our aviation team. Both helicopters began hoisting in some very, very technical type hoist situations that were second to none that I've never seen before in my 25 years. So within hours, we had over 169 game wardens responding to Kerrville with over 200 pieces of equipment actively engaged in search and rescue. And so as those teams worked across the flooding events all across those river basins, in total for the Hill Country response, we had over 375 Texas game wardens mobilized and active involved in search and rescue operations, 475 pieces of equipment that were utilized. And these numbers here don't really necessarily reflect the I guess, the magnitude of what happened, but those 33 life-saving water rescues would have resulted in fatalities if we hadn't have been there. There's no doubt about it that occurred. The 434 evacuations that were attempted, the vast majority of those came from Camp Mystic. And that, I'm sure many of you have seen the videos of the game wardens that strategized to work their way in there in some pretty extreme conditions. And so we continued throughout the rest of the week and still, as of this day, working with the communities to fill voids and continue to help them recover. To that end, Texas game wardens stand ready to protect Texas as well as its resources. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And again, kind of same comments offered to Rodney. We just couldn't be more proud of all that you guys have done, and just makes us realize how well prepared and well trained your whole team is, and much appreciated. So
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any comments from the commission? Sure. Commissioner McCall.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to tell you how heartfelt it is for me to know the game wardens are out there helping like you did. One of my best friends lost his granddaughter at Camp Mystic, and it's terrible when we ever lose a child's life, but it really touches you when you watch that child be born, and for you, the response that you have out there, and now what the legislature's doing to hopefully address this, so it won't ever happen again. But I just want you how much. I don't think the state of Texas, it's been a long time since we followed a catastrophic event minute by minute like we have followed this one, and you guys were right at the helm of it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, 25 plus years of working pretty much every emergency natural disaster that occurred in the state. Heroic efforts by the team. Very, very, very proud of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yoskowitz.
Yeah, thank you once again, Rodney and Ron, for sharing that. Ron alluded to this a little bit, but I'm gonna brag a little bit more. It's Chief Nimkid with Tatum just doesn't think of our game warden as a Swiss Army knife. The first call that he makes is to our game wardens to jump in, because he knows they can get there and get the job done. So once again, really appreciate the work that the team has done. And I will say that you all should know both law enforcement, game wardens, as well as state parks have gone through their after-action review and reports to see how improvements can be made, and they'll be sharing that with me in the coming weeks. And you heard a little bit about that today. Okay, just the last item on my update is legislative water hearing update. TPWD staff from Wildlife and Coastal Fisheries Water Resources Unit were invited to provide testimony at a House Natural Resources Committee hearing on July 15th, 2025, regarding the impact of a high-capacity and large-volume groundwater production in the Natchez and Trinity Valley's Groundwater Conservation District. Testimony centered around TPWD's partnership with the Tarrant Regional Water District on the wetland water reuse project on the Richland Creek WMA that provides over 105,000 acre-feet of water annually to the Tarrant Regional Water District's 2.5 million customers, and on the differences between groundwater and surface water. Redtown Ranch LLC and Pine Bliss LLC each submitted an application to the Natchez Trinity Valley's Groundwater Conservation District on April 17, 2025, to drill groundwater wells in Anderson and Henderson counties, respectively. The wells from both counties could produce up to 15 billion gallons of water per year, with an additional unknown amount from proposed wells in Houston County. Houston County is not within the Groundwater Conservation District. The Groundwater Conservation District held a public meeting in Jacksonville, Texas on June 19, 2025 to take public comment and review the application submitted by Redtown Ranch LLC and Pine Bliss LLC. At this point, the applicants have filed a request to send the matter to the State Office of Administrative Hearings. And Texas Parks and Wildlife, in providing best practices in terms of how to produce water in a responsible manner, provide science expertise, is standing by and willing to help in that process. So with that, Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Commissioner McCall.
Yes, I can probably add a little bit of color to this. I'm in Houston County that you just mentioned, which we're currently looking at a water district to do this. But this is drilling these wells into the using the 1904 rule of capture. I testified at this hearing on that David was talking about, and it's the Carrizo and Wilcox aquifer. And to take 15 billion gallons a year out of that is going to have some long-term damage to that aquifer. I know a lot about it because my ranch is adjacent to the Redtown LLC ranch, and we share a fence line together. So there's going to be a lot of collateral damage to properties around there, wells that won't work anymore. But more than that, I think that we have some spring water that is very prolific, and spring water is controlled by groundwater districts just like groundwater is. However, the real prolific ones, and we have one out there west of Grapeland, it's almost legendary, the Hayes Springs. That forms a stream, lakes, rivers that comes out of the ground. To come out of the ground at that rate, you've got to have a fissure going down into the Carrizo aquifer and subsequent pressure pushing that spring water out. So this is going to, which does bring this under the purview of Parks and Wildlife and what this is going to do to wildlife when some of these springs stop flowing. So just want to, it is a very hotly contested issue in East Texas. And I think Parks and Wildlife needs to continue looking at this from the purview of spring water, wildlife, and what it will do to the surface water resultant from that.
Yeah.
This is Vice Chairman Bell. Just, David, one thing maybe we can look at, all these issues are going to be important, but we also have to look at, I guess, statutorily, what's our jurisdiction. Sometimes, I mean, no matter what, we always offer advice and opinion, but there are, where it falls in terms of agency, jurisdiction, or non-jurisdiction as we go forward to take a look, so that if it's in our lane, we can be all over it. If it's not in our lane, we have to follow the rules and find whatever it is that we might need to do to have a positive impact for all the parties involved.
Sure. Let me bring up James Murphy, General Counsel, to kind of give maybe just a quick overview.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman. For the record, James Murphy, General Counsel of the Department. You're correct. I mean, there are some limits to our authority, especially around groundwater resources. We don't have a direct regulatory role over groundwater or artesian springs or other springs, but certainly we are a science agency and we have information that we can offer on that. As we did at the hearing on the 15th of July. So one thing that I'll mention is, of course, the presence of, listed species, threatened and endangered species. So we have a role to play in the Habitat Conservation Plan, for example, for the karst salamanders in the Edwards Aquifer. But in a situation like this, we're really more in a science role. And so we do have authority under the Parks and Wildlife Code, Chapter 12, to write comment letters to permitting authorities like a groundwater conservation district, and so that might be one thing that we could look at in the future is a comment letter describing some of our scientific concerns. But we don't have that direct regulatory role, as you point out. So happy to answer any additional questions on that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We've had some discussions about it previous to this, and yeah, had kind of wanted to be sure that we were staying in our lane, which James always makes sure that we do. But it is, it's important not just to our parks and wildlife areas and all that, but to the state and to landowners and just general kind of welfare of wildlife and everything else. So it is an important issue, and we need to make sure we stay close to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I could add one other thing, Chairman, maybe as just a play on words and terms, maybe for now we can call this brackish water. And because obviously there's not clear jurisdiction on this, how far we can go into it, but there's some exploratory things that can be done to see, what makes the most sense. So also that we're adhering to best practices and trying to make sure that no one gets abused in the process, I guess is the biggest thing.
Yeah, yes, Vice Chairman, we're definitely keeping an eye on this project, and as well as the permitting authority there at the groundwater district, and we'll continue to update as appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And then the last thing I would like to announce is that our November 5th and 6th commission meeting will be held in El Paso. We tried to get this going last year. We had that November meeting in Corpus Christi, and we're happy to announce that we'll be in El Paso. Thank you to Chairman Foster for helping us with a number of the logistics. We'll be there at the convention center's plaza. Great opportunity. I've talked with the team. Nobody remembers any time that the commission has been out to El Paso, at least in recent history. So this is a great opportunity to share the story of the work that the department does and commission does with our El Pasoans. Looking forward.
And we're very proud to have you there, and look forward to it. I will say, this isn't because I'm chairman.
No, it's not. It was on the books before.
This was already in the works well ahead of that. So, but
That's
anyway, proud to have you coming that way.
Yes, we look forward to it. And that concludes my presentation, Chairman.
All right. Any other comments or questions before we move on? Okay. Work session item number 2, financial overview. Reggie Pagase. I guess I'm supposed to read all this stuff beforehand. Briefing on legislative appropriations request for fiscal year 26-27, fiscal year 2026 operating capital budget approval and other items. I don't know that I need to go through all these, so I'll just turn it over to Reggie. Thank you.
I'll take care of it for you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner McCall. For the record, my name is Reggie Pagase, Chief Financial Officer, and this morning I'll be presenting the financial overview covering the following topics. A crosswalk from our legislative appropriation request, or LAR, which was submitted last September and I covered in the November Commission meeting, to the final approved conference committee numbers, also known as the General Appropriations Act, for the 26-27 biennium. Also, I'll be covering the following items that will be presented as action items tomorrow: FY26 operating and capital budget and investment policies, a state park list for performance measures, and deposit options for 15% of boat revenues. This first slide is a crosswalk beginning with the agency's LAR baseline request of $1 billion at the very top, and the following adjustments were made during the legislative session. First, there was a $43.5 million reduction by the Legislative Budget Board for items they considered one-time in nature. Subsequent to that, we had the following adjustments: $5 million to address employee compensation, $2 million for access and conservation of fisheries and wildlife resources. This was for angler access, hatchery repair, and flounder production. Also, an additional 3 FTEs were added. $70 million to expand and modernize the game warden presence, including the 50-hour work week, aircraft operations, and patrol vehicles. Next, we had $20.8 million in additional sporting goods sales tax based on an updated biennial revenue estimate by the comptroller. $37.8 million in directed grants, including $10 million for Robb Elementary Memorial and $7 million for the Battleship Texas. And we also had 106 FTEs for our State Parks Division. Including Article 9 provisions, this brings our biennial appropriation to $1.1 billion and 3,269.9 FTEs. This is a $96 million increase, or 9.5% increase over the prior biennium.
But before you move on, can I just ask a quick question? We go through these numbers and sometimes they're not. It's not all that obvious where all of them come from. But where it shows the LBB adjustments to base, the 43.5 $0.5 million reduction. What is that process? How do we end up at that number?
The way that process works, we submit our LAR in September, and it goes to the Legislative Budget Board and their staff. And in recent years, this is something relatively new. They'll go in and they'll try and establish our base for 26, 27, and they'll go in and they'll identify items that they deem one-term in nature that shouldn't reoccur in the next biennium. And so they'll pull those items off, typically things like one-time construction, some of those directed grants. They'll take those off the total with the intent of the FY 26, 27 base being just enough to operate the agency going forward. And then we have the opportunity via our exceptional items to add some of those items back in. And so of that 43.5, some of those items were subsequently added back in, either in the base bill or in the supplemental appropriation that I'll cover later.
Okay, so it reduces the base, but we didn't necessarily lose the money. And some of them are added back as one-time items.
Yeah, for example, our transportation, they pulled that out of the base, but we have an opportunity to ask for that same capital transportation item again. In this instance, it was funded in the House Bill 500 supplemental bill. Okay. So we do have an opportunity to ask for those items again.
Okay, thanks.
This next slide is a breakout by method of finance in the fiscal year. You'll see 2026, $576 million, which when we go into operating budget for 26, I'll cover in greater detail, and $537 million in 2027. 2026 is slightly higher because of those one-time grants that I mentioned for the Memorial Battleship Texas. Those are typically front-loaded in the first year of the biennium. In terms of method of finance, 57% of the agency is funded by general revenue. 30.5% is funded from our GR dedicated, which is includes our state park account 64 and our game and fish water safety account fund 9. Next, we have federal funds of 11.6%. Those will be adjusted as we move through the year as we receive what we consider our final apportionments, and other funds. These are things like appropriated receipts, donations, which someone mentioned earlier, interagency contracts, and that gives us our total for the biennium. This next slide is the House Bill 500 supplemental bill that I referenced. The supplemental bill are additional appropriations for the current fiscal year FY25 based on remaining balances. And so for the department, we got $99.4 million in supplemental funding for FY25. That includes $62 million in directed grants. These are kind of one-time grants directed to specific entities. $21 million for much needed critical HQ repairs, and $9 million for vehicle purchases. This was a slight restoration of a portion of the 42.3 that they cut earlier. And since it's so late in the fiscal year, our supplemental funding is for FY25, but we typically expend those funds in FY26 and 27. So at our future commission meeting, you'll see an adjustment to bring those remaining funds into the 26-27 budget. Next, we're going to focus on the FY26 operating and capital budget, which will be presented as an action item tomorrow. This first slide is a crosswalk from the General Appropriation Act, or GAA, to the operating budget for FY26. Starting with Article 6, which is the appropriating article that includes TPWD, we have a base appropriation of $573.5 million. Next, we have $2.5 million in Article 9 general provisions for directed local grants, and $83.4 million for payroll-related costs such as retirement, insurance, and Social Security. This gives us a total proposed original budget of $659.8 million. And since our budget is somewhat dynamic, the budget will be adjusted throughout the fiscal year based on certain adjustments. I'd like to just point out some of these adjustments in advance, so when they occur, you're familiar with them. These adjustments are typically done to update estimates contained in our original budget or any additional funding. These adjustments include any unexpended construction funds from the prior biennium, any additional federal funds. Again, our federal funds are estimated we'll get our final apportionment somewhere in February, and we will adjust usually upwards to address those additional funds. Fringe adjustments based on payroll, our fringe amounts for retirement insurance are adjusted periodically through the fiscal year. 6% salary increase for licensed attorneys. We're still calculating the amount. Once that amount is done, we'll increase our budget to fund that. Additional sporting goods sales tax. The comptroller does an estimate periodically, and based on what we have budgeted for sporting goods sales tax and what the estimate is, we can adjust our budget. Usually it's upward to appropriate the additional funding. And Article 9 provisions, these are things like donations, reimbursement, interagency contracts. We're lucky to have a lot of donations to the agency, and so we'll typically budget those in as they're approved by the commission. This next slide is a breakout by method of finance as contained in your Exhibit A. Going around the chart, we start with general revenue, including sporting goods sales tax at $384 million, the large blue block. Going around, we have account 9, which is the game, fish, and water safety account at 23%, which consists primarily of hunting, fishing licenses, and boat-related revenues. Next, we have account 64, which is the state parks account at 7%, consisting of park revenues and entrance fees. Next, we have federal funds at 11%, which will be adjusted during the fiscal year for the apportionments that I mentioned, and the 1% for the appropriated receipts and interagency contracts, and also license plate funds that we distribute. Next, we'll drill further into the budget. This is a view of our budget by object of expense contained in your Exhibit B. We have salaries at $269.4 million. This makes up the largest category at 40.8%. Operating is next at 19.8%. We have grants making up 10% of the budget, with the majority, $59 million, being in local parks for pass-through grants, and capital of $110 million, which I'll cover in greater detail in a later slide. These next two slides are a breakout of the division budget, your Exhibit B, by dollar amounts and full-time equivalents, or FTEs. You'll see that law enforcement and state parks represent the largest categories in both dollar amount and FTEs. And I will go into greater detail for the department-wide budget in a later slide. Here's our first set of divisions, remaining divisions, for the total budget of $659.8 and our new FTE cap of $3,269.9. This next slide is a breakout of our department-wide budget. This is a special budget. It's a placeholder or clearinghouse division for items that don't typically lend themselves specifically to a division or are agency-wide in nature. First, we have estimated federal apportionment for wildlife restoration and sport fish restoration. Again, this will be impacted by our final apportionments. Salary increase holding to be allocated to the actual divisions as we move throughout the fiscal year. Payments to our licensed agents. These are department stores, sporting goods stores, where you can purchase a license. Strategic reserve. These are for special initiatives or emergencies that occur throughout the fiscal year. And finally, pass-through plates. These are revenue for specialty plates that we pass through to nonprofits. This next slide is a breakout of the capital budget is appropriated. We have land acquisition of $15.1 million, construction and major repairs of $43 million, state parks minor repairs of $15.3 million, information technology, including PC replacement of $14.1 million, transportation items of $16.2 million. These are for vessels, boats, and UTVs, and capital equipment of $5.5 million for mowers, radios, and trailers, and $700,000 for cybersecurity. Next up is review of the budget and investment policy resolutions, your Exhibit C and D. Neither of these items have changed in several years, but do require annual review. First up is the budget policy, or your Exhibit C. Key points of this policy: the Commission authorizes the Executive Director to execute the budget. Budget changes over $250,000 other than federal and bonds require Chairman, Vice Chairman, or designee approval. Donations over 500 must be accepted by the chairman, vice chair, or a designee and acknowledged at each scheduled commission meeting. And these funds are authorized for any use permitted by statute or rule. Next up is...
I have one quick question.
Yes.
A lot of times we'll get a note from council on a project that's like exceeds a certain dollar value. I don't necessarily see exactly how that's addressed here. I guess that's part of the, you know what I'm talking about, James?
Yes, Vice Chairman. Thank you for the question. James Murphy for the record. Yes, this is a contracting-related provision related to contracts of $5 million or more. We do notify the Commission related to any risks that are assessed related to the solicitation of those contracts. And so I think that as far as the budget and investment policies, I don't believe that that would be reflected in these documents. Certainly under our contracting requirements, we do provide those notices to you.
I know we do it. I just didn't know where it was reflected, and since I didn't see it here, I didn't know if it doesn't need to be reflected here. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's a great question, Vice Chairman. I don't think it needs to be reflected in this document, but it's certainly built into our contracting manual and our procedures.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Moving on with the investment policy, your Exhibit D. Again, no changes in key points of this policy. The Public Funds Investment Act, or PFIA, requires an investment policy and annual review for state agencies investing outside of the state treasury. These requirements do not apply for funds inside the state treasury as invested by the comptroller, and currently all TPWD funds are presently deposited in the state treasury. In the event that changes, the executive director will appoint an investment officer with the following exception. The Centennial Parks Conservation Fund is required by statute to be invested through the Texas Treasury Safekeeping Trust Company. However, these funds are also in the state treasury, and just interest to date through July is $75.7 million. Next up for review is the listing of state parks going into the 26-27 biennium, your Exhibit E. TPD currently has 90 parks, and any adjustments to this list will be incorporated into next biennium's list. Next are deposit options for 15% of boat-related fees. House Bill 448, the 85th Legislature, modified language making a transfer of up to 15% of boat-related fees from Fund 9, Game, Fish, and Water Safety, into the state parks account optional instead of mandatory for cash flow purposes. Presently, Fund 64 projected cash balances through FY26 are sufficient, and we will not be asking for a transfer. As of last night, we had one comment in complete agreement with the budget. Staff requests this item to be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments by any of the commissioners? All right. With no further questions, I'll place this item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thank you very much. Next, work session item number 3, fiscal year 2025 internal audit update and proposed fiscal year 2026 internal audit plan. Ms. Brandy Meeks.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Brandy Meeks. I am the Chief Auditor. This morning, I would like to update you on our current internal audit plan as well as recent external audits and assessments. I'd also like to explain our risk assessment methodology and present to you our proposed fiscal year 26 internal audit plan. So this and the next slide show the status of our current audit plan, and please make note of the statuses in yellow font to the right. Those are projects for which we made progress since the last time we met. We have completed 2 of those projects. We completed the audit of the State Park Fiscal Control Specialist Program, as well as the audit of the Inland Fisheries and Coastal Fisheries Key Performance Measure audit. We also are in the reporting phase for the CPA post-payment P-card follow-up review and controls audit, and you will be seeing that final report before the end of this fiscal year. And then we are also currently in the fieldwork phase for our last two projects, the audit of the Friends groups and the audit of selected fuel transactions, processes, and controls. And those two projects will need to roll over into next fiscal year to be finished up. As far as advisories are concerned, we have completed the IT Cybersecurity Assessment Questionnaire Advisory as well as the Law Enforcement Physical Security Advisory. In fact, you should have received that final advisory memo this morning at 7:30. And then we've also completed our annual risk assessment and our proposed fiscal year 26 annual audit plan. As far as external audits and assessments, still ongoing is the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation 2025 Expenditure Verification Program for the Non-Federal Gulf Environmental Benefit Fund, or the Dagger Island Project. And we've had no other external audits and assessments start or finish since last we met. And now I'd like to talk about, discuss next year's proposed internal audit plan. Texas Government Code 2102, also known as the Texas Internal Auditing Act, requires that the audit plan be developed using a risk-based approach by working with management to identify risks to the agency's functions, activities, and processes. After risk identification, we're to evaluate each risk's probability of occurrence and the impact that it would have to the agency's financial, managerial, compliance, and IT systems and processes should that risk occur. And lastly, we are to rank each risk according to its probability of occurrence and impact. So this slide shows how our risk assessment methodology meets the requirements of the Internal Auditing Act. First, we consider division-level risk factors such as recent internal and external audits, time since the last audit, recent turnover within the division, especially with management positions, the division's budget, the division's contract dollars, any outstanding unremediated audit items, and the results of key performance measure results. And then these factors given together give us a division-level risk factor. Next, we identify each individual agency risk by interviewing all division directors as well as other selected managers. We also brainstorm as a team using our agency knowledge and past audits. During our interviews with management, we not only discuss risks within each of their own divisions, but any other threats or concerns they may have outside of their division as well. We also identified any issues or concerns they might be experiencing with their IT systems. So for all risks identified during this process, we discussed and scored the probability of occurrence and the impacts that these risks would have to our financial, managerial, compliance, reputation, and IT systems should they occur. We input this information into a risk matrix to ensure consistent evaluation among all identified risks. And lastly, using the division-level risk score with the impact scores, we're able to rank and identify what we believe to be the top risks to the agency. So from the results of this process, we identify possible audit and advisory projects to address those top rank risks. We also analyzed the resources needed to perform the projects and presented the risk assessment and possible audit projects to our executive director and our chief operating officer for discussion. Our proposed fiscal year 26 internal audit plan is the result of those discussions. We presented this plan along with the risk ranking, which also included the high risks not addressed by the plan, to the audit subcommittee for input, review, and comment. And at this time, I would like to present our proposed fiscal year 26 internal audit plan to the commission. So this in the next slide show our proposed plan. As you can see, we will be finishing up our audit of our Friends group, as well as audit of fuel charges. And then we are proposing 8 new assurance engagements next year. We'd like to do fiscal control audits of 3 of our selected state parks. We'd like to audit our law enforcement and communications key performance measures. We'd also like to audit our surplus process. And we'd also like to audit selected pass-through grants, as well as perform an audit of our Centennial Fund process and controls, as well as audit our minor repair and our job order contracting programs. We are proposing 2 cybersecurity projects. We'd like to perform a data governance and records retention audit, as well as perform an IT asset management shadow IT advisory. Ongoing with advisories, we'd like to continue with our voting, titling, and registration system rewrite. We're on the steering committee for that. And then we'd also like to perform an ethics disclosures and non-governmental organization fee schedule advisory. And as far as administrative projects, we'll, of course, do our annual report. We'd also like to continue to do the Chapter 59 review of law enforcement seizures and forfeitures. We'll be following up on all audit items, both internal and external, due throughout the year, and present to you 2 reports, biannual reports. And then we are also going to need to prepare for our quality assurance review, which we do in the first quarter of fiscal year 27. So we'll need to do a self-assessment this next fiscal year. And then, of course, we'll do our annual risk assessment, prepare our annual plan for fiscal year 27. And then I'll also budget some hours for any special projects, investigations, or liaison activities. We have received 2 comments as of last night. Both are in full agreement. And so with that, I would like to ask that this item be placed on tomorrow's agenda for public comment and action. And I am happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Vice Chairman.
Hi, this is Commissioner Bell. Quick question. You know, a couple years ago, we had that outside assessment done on our auditing and how we wanted to do oversight. Just wanted to get some quick feedback from you on the audit committee formation, interaction. Do you think we're meeting those goals and objectives that was set forth by us having to take on that extra activity?
So as far as our audit subcommittee is concerned, I think we're missing still 1 member. So we're down to 3 members, yourself, Commissioner Galo, and Commissioner Scott. So, and it's a 4-member audit subcommittee. But as far as like communicating with you, I would just say our new standards do require that I keep you guys abreast. So if there's more communication that you feel like you need from me, or a different type of communication, I know I email you guys a lot, but if there's a different way you would prefer that I communicate with you, I'm happy to do that. We can meet when y'all are in town or anything else. But I do feel like we're in the spirit of the new standards, and we are in compliance with our last peer review, and hopefully we will be in our next peer review, which will be audited against the new standards.
And that's why I was asking. I just wanted to get your take on. My impression is that we're in compliance with the peer review comments and ask, and so just wanted to see if you had any slightly different take or anything. So we're good.
Yes, sir. I believe we're good. Yep. I'll let you know too once we do our self-assessment if I feel like we're not meeting any particular element.
Thank you.
All right. Other comments or questions? Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, I'll place this item on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Next, work session item number 4, implementation of legislation during the 89th Texas legislative session, Senate Bill 1247, relating to consolidating certain non-resident hunting licenses. Recommended adoption of proposed changes. Mr. Chris Cerny, please make your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners, and I do believe I'll win the award for longest title today, so appreciate that. All right. Well, for the record, my name is Chris Cerny, Business Analyst for the Wildlife Division, and today I will review proposed changes to implement legislation that was adopted during the 89th regular session relating to consolidating certain non-resident hunting licenses, and I will request permission to place this item on tomorrow's agenda for public comment and action. Senate Bill 1247 consolidated 5 non-resident hunting license options into 2. There we go. To achieve the consolidation, the bill eliminated 3 hunting license options, including the non-resident banded bird hunting license, the non-resident spring turkey hunting license, and the non-resident special hunting license. 2 non-resident hunting license options were retained, including the non-resident general hunting license and the non-resident 5-day hunting license. Senate Bill 1247 also renamed the non-resident general hunting license, which was previously titled the General Non-Resident Hunting License, and it removed the term special from the name of the non-resident 5-day hunting license. As set by statute, the non-resident general hunting license option is valid from the date of purchase through the end of the license year, and it is required to hunt any animal that requires a tag, including deer, bighorn sheep, alligators, etc. The non-resident 5-day hunting license is valid for 5 consecutive days set by the license buyer and is valid to pursue all species that do not require a tag, such as dove, quail, waterfowl, and exotics. As a result of the legislation, staff propose appropriate changes to Chapter 53 of the Texas Administrative Code to align the list of non-resident license types named in Senate Bill with those named in Senate Bill 1247. Accordingly, this proposal removes reference to the 3 licenses eliminated in statute and renames both the non-resident general hunting license and the non-resident 5-day hunting license. As you consider this proposal, please note that the non-resident hunting licenses are created by statute, and the Commission's authority related to these licenses pertains only to setting the fee. This proposal is simply aligning the list of non-resident hunting license options set forth in our fee schedule with the license types that are created by statute. In addition to aligning the non-resident hunting license options with statute, 2 other minor changes are being included while this section of code is open for modification. First, an unnecessary reference to digital license language is being removed to comport rule language with recently adopted regulation changes that created digital license options for all recreational hunting and fishing license types. And finally, the proposal includes a non-substantive change to correct a grammatical error by appropriately hyphenating the phrase active duty where it appears. As of this morning, we've received 11 comments on the proposal. 10 folks agree completely. We do have 1 person who has indicated disagreement with a specific item. The comment left was not germane to the proposal itself. That concludes my presentation, and with that, I request that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Scott.
Just remind me real quick, so under this scenario, what are our 2 charges going to be for those 2 licenses?
Yes, sir. So the 2 licenses that remain, the non-resident general hunting license costs $315. That license comes with 5 white-tailed deer tags, 2 mule deer tags, 4 turkey tags, one of those being the eastern zone only, and then 3 tags that can be used in any turkey zone. Or I'm sorry, 1 tag for eastern zone only, and then 3 other tags for other zones. The non-resident 5-day license option is $48, and that's the one that allows you to hunt anything that doesn't require a tag. We're very competitive with our neighboring states.
Okay, other comments or questions? If there are no further questions, I will place this item on Thursday's commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question real quick. How many of these non-resident licenses do we typically issue in a year?
Great question. I will have to ask our license team for those numbers and get back to you. I apologize.
Okay.
I don't have that number offhand.
Just curious.
Thank you. We'll get you that information.
Thank you.
All right. Work session item number 5, implementation of legislation during the 89th Texas Legislative Session. Senate Bill 1245, as I mentioned earlier, this item has been withdrawn and will be addressed at a later meeting. Work session item number 6, harmful or potentially harmful fish, shellfish, and aquatic plants, special provisions for dotted duckweed. Request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register. Mr. Michael Tennant, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Michael Tennant, and I'm the Regulations and Policy Manager in the Inland Fisheries Division. Today, I'll be presenting proposed changes to the rules governing harmful or potentially harmful aquatic plants. The proposed rules would authorize and create special provisions for commercial cultivation of dotted duckweed in specifically permitted facilities. On March 14, 2025, the Department received a petition for rulemaking requesting a revision of existing regulations to allow the cultivation of dotted duckweed to produce a protein food supplement. Currently designated as a harmful exotic aquatic plant under Texas Parks and Wildlife Department rules, dotted duckweed may not be possessed for commercial purposes. The petitioner believes that within their secure enclosed facility, and under a regulated commercial aquaculture permit, dotted duckweed can be safely grown without posing a risk to the environment. Staff concurred with that assessment and recommended proceeding to rulemaking. Exotic species aquaculture facility permits subject all facilities to key basic facility requirements to include escape and biosecurity prevention measures, such as location at least 1 foot above the 100-year floodplain, screening on pond drains, and access limitations. In addition, inspections by department staff are required prior to initial permit issuance for assessment of any facility modifications and at least once per 5-year period. The department may increase the frequency of inspections to verify compliance with escape and biosecurity prevention measures. In addition, all facilities must prepare and submit an emergency plan with a permit application as a precaution. Dotted duckweed is a very small floating aquatic plant native to Australia and Southeast Asia that is not currently problematic in Texas but has become invasive elsewhere. Like other floating invasive plants such as giant salvinia, this species has a high growth and propagation rate, forms dense surface mats, outcompeting native aquatic plant species with potential to cause harm to fish and other aquatic life, as well as infrastructure, particularly in clogging smaller water intakes. Climate match analysis indicates this species has potential to survive and become established in public waters throughout much, but not all of Texas, should it escape culture, and it is deemed likely to have potential to become particularly problematic in smaller water bodies. Dotted duckweed has potential to be easily spread through numerous pathways, including, given its small size, through transport by waterfowl that might enter aquaculture facilities. There are native species of duckweed, and they can be cultured to produce a protein food supplement, but the higher growth rates and production potential of dotted duckweed makes it attractive for commercial culture. After comprehensive analysis and a facility site visit, the department determined that biosecurity and escape prevention measures could feasibly ensure that dotted duckweed could be cultured safely in parts of the state where spread and survival would be difficult, and given appropriate minimum facility requirements and biosecurity measures, the probability of spread and survival would be acceptably low. Due to the small size of the plant and its seeds, there is a potential for waterfowl to transport this small plant to public waters and other escape risks. Consequently, the rules as proposed would impose species-specific requirements to acknowledge those risks. The proposed rules would therefore allow issuance of commercial aquaculture facility permits for dotted duckweed and establish special provisions to ensure aquaculture biosecurity. The department has determined that enclosure of dotted duckweed culture ponds, as well as all harvesting equipment and transport or transfer equipment within greenhouses or other structures, is necessary to prevent escape or access by waterfowl, and that facility access must be strictly controlled. Additionally, given the small size of both the plants and seeds and high potential for plants to escape even into evaporation basins accessible by waterfowl, the department has determined that it is necessary to ensure that all plants in a culture pond are killed by application of herbicides or other lawful chemicals prior to the draining of water from ponds where dotted duckweed is cultured. Further, the proposed rules would require drain water to be routed through a macerator pump or similar department-approved device that reduces plant material to particles of the size no greater than 100 micrometers, at which point dotted duckweed is non-viable. Similarly, the rules would require all material remaining from processing activities to be macerated as well, and the discharge or drainage of water into any ditch, storm drain, stream, or other conduit or pathway that drains into or could drain into public water would be prohibited. Additionally, the proposed rules, for the purposes of clarity and emphasis, stipulate that permitted facilities must comply with applicable regulations of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality with respect to water discharge. Lastly, as potential for dispersal of a small floating plant via floodwaters is immense, special provisions would stipulate that facilities may not be located within coastal or coastal adjacent areas and south of State Highway 21 and east of I-35. This area is already designated as an exclusion zone for other species of aquatic organisms cultured under department permits because the abundant and interconnected surface water in the eastern half of the state presents significant risk for escapement as a result of flooding associated with hurricanes and tropical storms. Staff notes that the measures imposed by the proposed rules are already present or planned at the petitioner's facility and are considered to be adequate to ensure biosecurity and protect Texas's public waters. Staff seeks permission to publish the proposed amendments with changes as necessary in the Texas Register for public comment. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Scott.
Just a quick question. Is this item something that staff proposed, or did somebody else bring this to us and ask for us to address it and to make these changes? I'm just curious why we're doing it.
A company called Plantable Foods submitted a petition for rulemaking. And so staff, we went through the process of the petition, responded to the petitioner, and during that time, staff went out and took a look at the facility and deemed that under biosecurity measures and escape provisions under a permit that this could feasibly be done without impacting public waters. So yes, it was presented to us by a private company. And they are currently in operation, but they are using native duck. We have multiple native duckweed species. They're doing this process with native duckweed species.
So if we grant this tomorrow, or well, obviously this is the first for the Texas Register, then it's got to be read, what, twice?
Yes, sir. So this, you would authorize it would go to 30-day public comment period. If you approve that, then we would come back in November and seek adoption.
That's when you would ask for us to approve or not approve?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to understand who was doing what. Thank you.
Welcome.
Vice Chairman Bell.
This is Commissioner Bell. Explain a little further to me exactly why this. I'm trying to understand all the agencies that might be involved in an approval process here, and also because we have you said the native species of duckweed. Seems like there's some risk if this gets out that it's fairly prolific in what it does for growth. So how do we do in the cost benefit analysis?
So we're the agency responsible for permitting this activity. I did mention in the presentation that if there's any discharge of water from a facility that brings in TCEQ regulations, but we're the authority of permitting this activity.
And what's the I know we're asking about comment, but if this doesn't pass, what does that mean? What is it?
It wouldn't allow propagation of dotted duckweed in commercial aquaculture facilities.
And is this some kind of a cutting trend? Is this new technology? Is this? I mean, what? And you may not have the answer to that right now. Is this something that's considered, all the rage?
I can't speak to the company's technology, but what I do know, they're currently using native duckweed species. But our understanding is dotted duckweed's more prolific, so that can raise it more rapidly or propagate it more rapidly. And then they're using this product to produce a food protein product that goes into other food products.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Timmerman.
Yes, does this dotted duckweed exist in Texas now or any other state?
Yes, it's more has become potentially problematic in the southeastern United States. USGS has some documentation on on its observations in Texas. Currently, there's been 16 observations, mainly in East Texas to Southeast Texas. The first documented observation was in 1981, last in 2019. But I will point out a few of those observations have been successfully identified by a person with experience. Some of those are from citizen science reports, iNaturalist with unconfirmed identification. So
there has been some sightings in Texas.
yes, sir.
And
Earliest as of 1981, and that one was confirmed by a university professor.
okay, all right. And it exists in other states also.
Yes, more into the southeastern United States.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McCall.
Yes, you said that was identified here in Texas. Was it eradicated from that spot?
Well, from an department standpoint, we have never documented any problematic infestations of dotted duckweed, so they could have been just an isolated observations. We've never documented any large infestations of dotted duckweed in any of our surveys.
Okay, well, I read quite a bit on this as I was, studying for this meeting right here, and it's pretty obvious why they'd want to use it on a commercial basis because it grows much faster, and they can cultivate that and makes their job a whole lot easier. When I read about this and the devastation it can cause the Texas waterways if it gets out, and I read, there's acceptably minimal, although not zero, risk of escape, because as we know, there is no zero there. The risk benefit doesn't seem to be there for me. What comes as I was reading this, what came to mind was the Wuhan lab in China. That was that wasn't supposed to get out either, but it did. And I saw your picture there of the enclosed area right there and them cultivating it, and we're having changes of weather all the time, high winds, storms. It may be out of hurricane, but it won't be out of storm's path. I could see something taking the top off of that before they get it back up, some birds coming in there, getting it on the feet and spreading this around. And then it also calls for the permit for the possession, culture, sale, and transport of dotted duckweed. Then if you're transporting it, then you've got the chance for an accident into a creek. I just don't see the risk benefit there at all for the state of Texas. I mean, I see it for the company. I don't blame them. If I was doing that, I'd apply for this too. It'd make my job a whole lot easier, and I could make a little bit more profit. But if this were to get out, it would devastate our waterways.
I can speak to the transport some. So in the presentation, acknowledge it. So in their processing, the plant material would be reduced to a non-viable state when they're producing their plant protein product. The only transport that would occur if this was approved and the petitioner, we inspected their facility and allowed a permit, that the only transport that would occur of dotted duckweed would be from the research facility in California, and it would be transported in a sealed 55-gallon drum and a box trailer to the facility as a one-time transport to get it established in their greenhouses. So there would be no transport of the viable dotted duckweed plant.
So the research facility now is in California.
Yes, sir.
It's not in Texas.
Correct. They do have a facility in El Dorado, Texas, that is currently propagating native duckweed species.
So it sounds to me like there are some pretty significant risk around this, and that we're concerned about it. We're maybe scared of it. It seems like maybe the commission needs to understand it a little bit better before we move it forward. I feel like I don't feel like I personally have enough knowledge about it or concern about it. The thought that comes to my mind is why would we do this? If there's, what's the upside for the state and for the department in moving this forward? How would you respond to that?
Well, I'll just respond to that, with the petition for rulemaking, staff went out and visited the facility, and that was our senior scientist for aquatic invasive species and our permits coordinator, in both with their assessment of the initial visit, they feel that based under all the biosecurity and escapement procedures within the permit framework that we would deliver, that the risks are acceptably low.
And the provision that I guess, culture fields or whatever have to be 1 foot above the 100-year floodplain?
Yes, sir.
Is the implication there?
That's a minimum facility requirement.
Okay. Is the implication there that if there is a 100-year flood and this stuff gets washed out and down or whatever, that it's just going to be all over everywhere? Because 1 foot doesn't sound like a lot to me.
Also in the inspection, I think location of facility will be taken into account as well. As noted, we're not allowing wood under what we're proposing right now in the rules to go out for public comment. That would be a geographical area that you couldn't have a permit. But also in that inspection process, location of the facility and location of it specifically adjacent to public waterways would also be taken into account by staff of, being able to issue a permit as well.
Commissioner Gallo?
Thank you. Commissioner Gallo, you say it wouldn't be near public water supplies, but what about underground tributaries or streams? Would that be taken into account? Because
yes, that would all be taken into account in the initial inspection, whether or not we would approve a permit.
So they would have to be a certain distance from these subterranean tributaries that lead into the river, for example?
Distance in the rule, but that would be taken into account.
Okay, well, maybe it should be in the rule?
So, Chairman, if I can offer something up, there's a couple paths here we can take. We can move forward and put this out for comment. Or what I'm picking up is it sounds like maybe the team could do a little bit more work, come back to the commission with a little bit more information, maybe some more tighter sideboards around this and present that at a future commission meeting.
Vice Chairman Bell had already leaned over to me and kind of made that suggestion.
I'm glad we're aligning our thinking, Vice Chairman.
I think that's appropriate. We have a lot of confidence in the staff and certainly rely on you guys to guide us. But this feels like one that's got some risks that we need to make sure we understand before we move forward. So I would suggest that we maybe table it to another meeting.
Yep.
Commissioner Doggett.
I would just like to put a little, for you to put a little color around really what is the risk that we're thinking about. We want to help everybody, the farmers really, if this is meaningful to them and can meaningfully help their situation. We want to do everything we can for them, but I'm not sure I really even understand the risk. Okay, so a couple of questions. Have in the past the duckweed, has it been infiltrated a stream and gotten out of hand, and so we had to eradicate it? What's the process of doing that? All right, so you see some contamination where we don't want it, and we got to eradicate it. So we go do that. What's that process? And have we had to go through that before? And then if we don't, then what net really is the danger of having the weed out there, since it's, it seems like it's supposed to be a big problem. I'm not sure I understand what that problem is.
Sure. Back to the observation. So it has been observed in Texas. It's never become problematic. Not to say that it couldn't become problematic. Major risk would likely with duckweed would be in really small water bodies. To answer your question about this is the first time we've had a company request this, that to my knowledge, the Plantable Foods propagating native duckweed species is the only company in the state that's doing so at this time. We haven't had any other interest from any other companies. Staff do feel where that facility is located that the risks are acceptably low based on all the things that I've previously discussed for that specific facility.
So what do you do to eradicate it if you elect to do so?
Well, there's chemical means, for other plant species, there's chemical means to rid water bodies of plants, and then there's biological and mechanical methods of removal as well.
But we hadn't seen a need to do that.
But we haven't had any removal efforts. It's never been established at problematic levels, and it's just been observed in the state.
I'm typically on the farmer side on issues like this, unless we can really visibly, tangibly feel the risk, right? And so I know that since it's not indigenous, that everybody's antenna goes up, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be really problematic for us. But it might, right? So I think I'll just sort of reiterate what the chairman has said. If we can have a clear understanding of the risk profile, so we can kind of consume that, digest it, and see if that's really an issue for us to get excited about. Right.
Yes, sir.
And this is Commissioner Bell, just one other question. I think we said this particular plant type was indigenous to Australia. Was that
Australia and Southeast Asia, yes, sir.
And so maybe I know we've got some international connections through our game wardens, through our scientists. Maybe we can find out some information to any issues that they may have had there with if it's gotten to a point where out of control from their perspective, whatever that might mean, but we can just get a little more background so that everybody can have a comfort level if they want to advance this. So I think that the initial work done I think all the stuff that you guys have done is very respectable, very, very good. I think very well intentioned. It's just, I think we've got a little sense of discomfort. So we may want to pause.
So one final comment. Like right now, the way I understand it, there is no means of commercial cultivation of this, and we would create an amendment to 5714, which would provide for the issuance of commercial aqua facility for the possession and all this going forward. I did read this. It reminds me a lot of the medical research that I've been forced to read over the years, and if this gets out, we're not going to get it back. It's going to get out of control. I'm just telling you it is. And it also creates a slippery slope. Once you create this pathway for cultivating this, and it is profitable, we'll have more come in. And then it's a little harder to stop it once you've created a pathway. So those are my concerns, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I guess another question you don't have to answer today, but as we review this at future meetings, has this become a problem anywhere? In other words, we seem to be really scared of it, and we said we're not going to do it south of 121 or east of 35, which is like a third of the state, if I'm thinking about that correctly. I'm not sure, but so I have a question about why the geography, and you said it is common in some other southeastern states, which is kind of more like the geography of that part of Texas. So I'm just curious what their history has been. Has there ever been a problem? Why are we not doing it in that part of the state? So I think we have a lot more to learn about it.
Yeah, Chairman, I think we can come back with a fuller picture, risk profile, questions on how other states have dealt with it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, we will defer to another time. Work session item numbers 7 through 16 will be heard in executive session. At this time, I would like to announce that pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act, an executive session will be held for the purpose of deliberation of real estate matters under Section 551.072 of the Open Meetings Act, seeking legal advice under Section 551.071 of the Open Meetings Act, including advice regarding pending or contemplated litigation, and deliberating the evaluation of personnel under Section 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act. We will now recess the executive session at whatever time it is, 10:53 a.m. Thank you. Let's see, we will now reconvene the work session. The time, I don't have a pen anymore. The time is, looks like 2:07 p.m. Before we begin, I will take roll call again. I'm Chairman Paul Foster, Vice Chairman Oliver Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Leslie Doggett.
Present.
Commissioner Ina Galo. Present. Commissioner John McCall.
Present.
Commissioner Bobby Patton.
Present.
Commissioner Dick Scott.
Present.
Commissioner Tim Timmerman.
Present.
All right. We are now returning from the executive session where we will discuss the work session real estate item numbers 7 through 14, litigation item number 15, and personnel matters under item number 16. If there are no further questions, I will place item numbers 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 16 on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for the public comment and action. Regarding item numbers 9 and 13, I will authorize staff to begin the public notice and input process. Items 14 and 15 require no further action at this time. Dr. Yaskowitz, this commission has completed its work session business, and I declare us adjourned at 2:09 p.m. 2:08, I guess. Is that right? And James, did you double check on those item numbers? Because we tabled one or two, and I want to be sure that.
Yes, sir. I'll confirm them again. I believe they're correct. And I'll
Okay.
give them one more look.
All right. Okay, and now we'll move into the annual public hearing session. Good afternoon, everyone. The annual public hearing is called to order August 20th, 2025 at 2:09 p.m. As crazy as it sounds, I'm going to take roll again. I'm Chairman Paul Foster, Vice Chairman Oliver Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Leslie Doggett.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Galo. Commissioner John McCall.
Present.
Commissioner Bobby Patton.
Present.
Commissioner Dick Scott.
Present.
Commissioner Tim Timmerman.
Present.
I'm glad you all stayed with us for us. This is our annual public hearing, and before proceeding any further business, I believe Dr. Yaskowitz has a statement to make and some comments about how this system works.
Public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
All right, thank you. And we'll now hear from those who are signed up. You will each have 2 minutes to speak. And we'd like for the person after you to try to be ready as much as we can, and we'll try to move it along as quickly as we can. It's very important that we hear everybody's comments. We take every single one very seriously. And it's unfortunate sometimes that we have to limit the amount of time, but it just is the nature of the beast, and we have to manage our time. So I will start. And Dee, you might need to help me out, but this is the list?
Yes, sir. So we've gone to electronic pretty much on everything now, and so we're now using the iPads to register everybody into the system. So we're going to be using this registration slip with everybody's names on it.
Okay. Do you have a pen that I could borrow? Is there one there?
Absolutely.
I don't know where my pen went. All right. So first of all, we have several speakers on the topic of Texas brigades. And so there are 7 of you, it looks like. And first is Allie Alcorn. And after Allie will be Julia Pearson, Abigail Clayton, Xavier Schulke, Gracie Teets, Christopher Clayton, and Gage Burton. So if you guys could kind of maybe line up behind Allie there in the aisle so that each of you is ready to follow her. And that'll help us be more efficient. So Allie, step up to the mic. Be sure you turn the mic on by pushing the right-hand button.
It's on.
Oh, it was already on. Okay. And you may begin. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allie Alcorn, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Brigades, a youth leadership development program. Each summer, we provide an intense, hands-on educational program for over 200 high school-aged youth on private ranches across the state. We ask these youth to act as conservation ambassadors for their communities, spreading the word about the importance of wildlife and natural resource conservation. These youth traditionally conduct educational presentations to well over 10,000 citizens, set up exhibits for 70,000 more, and have newspaper and magazine articles which reach over 500,000 people. Texas Parks and Wildlife is one of the primary partners of Texas Brigades. Parks and Wildlife staff serve as our instructors, volunteers at all of the Texas Brigade camps across the state. They not only share their expertise with our participants, but they also serve as year-round role models and mentors to those youth with a passion for wildlife and the outdoors. On behalf of all of the over 250 volunteers involved with Texas Brigades, thank you to Texas Parks and Wildlife for being a part of our programs, where we are translating conservation education into conservation action. With me here today, we have a few camp graduates to share how Texas Brigades has impacted their lives and the importance of our partners, particularly Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Great, thank you. Julia Pearson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Julia Pearson, and I'm 16 years old. This year, I had the opportunity to go to 3 Texas Brigades camps. I went to Bass as a special agent. I went to North Texas Buckskin as an assistant leader, and I got to go to Ranch as a cadet. So like Miss Allie said, Texas Brigades is a youth conservation program that focuses on creating conservation leaders in every community. The program has hugely impacted my public speaking skills. Before camp, I definitely would not have been able to get up in front of a crowd even like this and present, but now through the leadership and public speaking presentations that we've gone through, I'm now able to confidently do this. I've also been able to have a lot of cool experiences with brigades. Last year, for Buckskin, I went on a hunt in Sonora at the A&M Research Station, and it was a really fun weekend, and I got to harvest my first deer, and so that was a really exciting experience. There's also been lots of cool connections to the natural resource world with the instructors who are, like Miss Allie said, Texas Parks and Wildlife biologists, and then just through other brigades events. So once last year, I was presenting my prescribed burning poster to somebody, and then I met them again in a prescribed burn association burn, and so that was really cool to make that connection. And so Texas Brigades offers lots of connections like that through youth, through networking and different things like that. I've also had the opportunity to receive 2 scholarships through Texas Brigades, and I hope to continue using those and use my conservation and land stewardship skills that I've gained from them through a career in natural resources and fire management. I'd like to thank Texas Parks and Wildlife for your continued support of the program, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. You did great. Oh, Abigail Clayton.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Clayton, and I am honored to be here today to speak on behalf of Texas Brigades, a program proudly supported by Texas Parks and Wildlife. I've been involved with Texas Brigades for 3 years, and in that time, I've had the privilege of attending 6 of their summer camps. Looking back, I can honestly say that those experiences have shaped me into the person I am today. Before attending my first Brigades camp in 2023, I was very shy, quiet, and unsure of myself. I would have never imagined standing here talking to all of y'all. But through Texas Brigades, I was challenged to step outside of my comfort zone. I learned how to lead, how to work as part of a team, and most importantly, I gained confidence. Texas Brigades has also fueled my passion for the outdoors. I've learned about wildlife, ecosystems, and habitat management, and it has allowed me to pursue my passion for the outdoors. It has also led me to be interested in pursuing a career in natural resource management. But what I value just as much as the opportunity Brigades has given me to give back. Through this program, I've been able to share what I've learned by educating others, speaking at community events, and helping others gain an appreciation for conservation. I just want to thank you for supporting organizations like Texas Brigades. Your investment doesn't just create camps, it creates leaders, it builds confidence, and it inspires the next generation to care for our natural resources. I truly would not be standing here today without this program, and I will always be grateful for the opportunities it has given me. Thank you again for your support and for believing in the difference Texas Brigades can make. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Xavier Schulke.
Good afternoon. My name is Xavier Schulke. I've been a part of Texas Brigades for 4 years, attending 8 camps in total, holding many different leadership positions as well as student positions. Before attending Texas Brigades, I had a very basic understanding of wildlife management. I'd grown up running around my grandparents' ranch every chance I got. I'd been hunting a few times, but I didn't truly understand what it took to create a healthy and diverse ecosystem. The first brigades I attended was South Texas Buckskin Brigade, and within a few hours of arriving at camp, I had a first row seat to a deer necropsy, an introduction to palatability class of plants, and a breakdown of the muscle groups and different glands on a deer. So needless to say, I came home with a much greater understanding of wildlife management. Also came home with a burning desire to spend the rest of my life working in the outdoors. But it doesn't stop there. Since then, I've gone to a camp every summer, sometimes multiple. And I've also had the opportunity to grow as a person through brigades. Like a lot of my friends have said, I would not have been able to be up here before brigades to have the confidence to speak in front of all of y'all. But the thing I value most from brigades is the people that I've met through brigades, from campers that have become some of my closest friends to mentors that are largely a part of Texas Parks and Wildlife. And it might seem cliche, but I do truly think as brigades of a family and a family that I hope to be a part of for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Gracie Teets.
Hi everyone, my name is Gracie Teets, and I'm really excited to share how much Texas Brigades has impacted my life. I've been a part of Texas Brigades for 7 different camps, and I started out as a cadet at the North Texas Buckskin Brigade, and I honestly had no idea how much fun that 1 week would change everything for me. I showed up thinking that it'd just be a simple camp about different things in wildlife and maybe some cool outdoor stuff, but it ended up pushing me way out of my comfort zone in the best way. I learned how to speak in front of people, work as a team, and really grow as a leader. Since then, I've been lucky enough to come back as assistant leader and a special agent at North Texas Buckskin Brigade. Being able to help new cadets and give back to the same camp that's helped me, shape me, is rewarding. I also went through Rolling Plains Bobwhite Brigade as a cadet and came back as an assistant leader there too. Each camp has its own personality and has taught me many different things. I've even attended Ranch Brigade and had an amazing opportunity to be a cadet at the first ever North Dakota Waterfowl Brigade, which was super cool and totally different from what I was used to. And I'm very excited to come back to my community to show everybody what I've learned at each one of these camps. Through all these experiences, I've made lifelong friends, grown more confident, and discovered my passion for wildlife conservation. I plan to keep being involved with the Texas Brigades program throughout high school and even maybe in college. It's something that's become a big part of who I am. In the future, I've always planned to be a game warden, and I know it's going to be challenging, but Texas Brigades has helped me prepare in so many ways, whether it's learning about wildlife, leadership, or just believing in myself. I'm really grateful for everything this program has given to me, and I can't wait to see where it takes me next. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Christopher Clayton.
Howdy, my name is Christopher Clayton, and I'm a senior from Burnett County, and my journey with Texas Brigade started 4 years ago, the summer before I started high school. Before going into it, I attended the North Texas Buckskin Brigade. I had just moved across the state to a new community, and I was a timid, reserved, and ultimately lost kid looking for a sense of belonging, purpose, and direction. When I arrived at first, it truly felt like trying to drink from a fire hose. However, as I navigated that week, I not only learned many lessons that I'll carry with me for the rest of my life, but Also, a spark was ignited within me for natural resource conservation and effective leadership. Now, fast forward to today, and through 8 different camps, 4 of which in leadership positions, and roughly 300 hours of volunteering, that spark has grown into a raging bonfire, learning new lessons with each new camp impacting every part of my life and leading me to applying to Texas A&M this fall to attend next fall and pursue a career in natural resource conservation, conserving these natural resources that we all hold so dear. Now, I can't overstate the impact Texas Brigades has had on my shaping the person I am today, and I can safely say that when I'm an old man sitting on my back porch, looking back at the most important defining parts of my life, that fateful week at the North Texas Buckskin Brigade and every other camp following will certainly be at the top of my list. Thank you.
Thank you. It'll get here quicker than you think. So. Gage Burton.
Hi, my name is Gage Burton. I'm 14 years old and have had the privilege to attend 2 brigade camps, the Rolling Plains Bob White and the South Texas Ranch. I can honestly say that this program has opened my eyes as a land advocate and forged me into being a better version of myself. A perfect example of that is the fact that I am here standing in front of you in Austin, Texas, to tell what I've learned about stewardship and conservation. I know that land is one thing we're not getting any more of, and so it's a great responsibility taking care of it and stewarding it well, and it's one thing we need to work at educating others about. Through brigades, I have learned to identify different types of forages, calculate stocking rates, and even just visually assess the land as I drive by. I have learned the benefits of prescribed burns to our landscape, how to track a bobwhite quail, and how to cook a really good steak. It even gave me the confidence to make a call about some land that I saw for sale in Stonewall County and see if it would be beneficial to add value through habitat improvement. This is something I would like to do long term, enhance land value through habitat restoration and management. The brigade program not only teaches me about conservation, but has given me invaluable tools to use in communication, leadership, and team building. Yes, the games we play are fun, but learning to convey your idea to someone you are working with can mean the difference between getting your job done well and not getting your job done at all. There is also an importance in conducting yourself in a professional and respectful manner. Now, I've been blessed to grow up on some beautiful working ranches, but the brigade program has given me a new lens in which to view the lands that we have been given to steward, and it's a view that I'm very grateful to have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go a little bit out of order. There's one more Texas Brigades speaker, Gus Lockwood, I think.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. My name is Gus Lockwood. I live in Kirk County, and I want to speak to you today about Texas Brigades. For the last 4 years, either my older brother or sister stood here to tell you about their experiences at the South Texas Buckskin Brigade. When I got old enough to attend a brigades camp, I wanted to try something different, so I chose to go to the Waterfowl Brigade. Out of the 9 brigades camps, I am not entirely sure why I chose the Waterfowl Brigade, but I'm glad I did. We stayed at the Pintail Hunting Club in Garwood, Texas, and it is a very different climate and ecoregion than what I am used to. We spent 5 days journaling, collecting plants, learning about waterfowl anatomy, learning duck calls, and getting to lots of shooting and leadership activities. The instructors and volunteers at the Waterfowl Brigade mostly came from Texas Parks and Wildlife, and I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who gives their time and expertise to serve at the Texas Brigades camps, and also to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation for supporting Texas Brigades. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus. All right, we have 4 speakers from Hunting Heritage, starting with Justin Dreibelbus. Okay. And after him is going to be Lily Mosley, Jeremy Schull, and Dante Smith, if you guys compare. Justin?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Justin Dreibelbus. I'm the CEO of the Texas Wildlife Association. We're here this afternoon to thank you for your generous support and over 30 years of partnership on our hunting heritage programs. We started the Texas Big Game Awards together in 1991. We started the Texas Youth Hunting Program in 1996, and then most recently in 2021, we started our Adult Learn to Hunt program. All of these programs have been wildly successful in their own right. The Texas Big Game Awards to celebrate our state's hunting heritage and culture, TYHP to get kids out on private land for safe educational hunting experiences, and then the adult program for the same exact reasons. We had a big year this last year. In Texas Big Game Awards, we recognized over 1,000 hunters and landowners for their contributions to wildlife conservation. The Texas Youth Hunting Program held 255 different hunts on private land around the state. We took well over 1,000 kids on safe educational hunts. And then our newest program that's still in the growth phase, we held 30 adult hunts, taking 150 first-time adult hunters on safe educational hunts. So we couldn't do it at that scale without your support and partnership. As was said with many of the brigade speakers, Parks and Wildlife employees give their time to come out and help on these hunts, whether they're guiding, whether they're the hunt master, whether it's a game warden coming out to talk to the kids on a youth hunt. It all makes a huge difference, and we greatly appreciate it. So thank you very much for your years of support. We've got 3 great speakers for you today. Lily is one of our youth hunters, and her dad, Vico, who's in the back, is also a hunt master for the program. Jeremy Schull is an Adult Learn to Hunt program participant, and so is Dante Smith. And so all 3 of them have unique stories, and we're really glad to tell that story. So thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thank you. Lily?
Hello, my name is Lily Mosley. I am 10 years old, and I am an avid Texas Youth Hunting Program participant. Today I'm here to talk with you about TYHP and why it's important to children like me. I remember my first youth hunt back when I was a little kid, a very long time ago. My first hunt took place at the Dos Arroyos Ranch, and it was a camping trip. It was my first time camping. I was so excited. As soon as we got there, I learned how to put up a tent. That first night, we even got to hear Sika bellowing on the hills. The first day, I got to see a few animals, but nothing that we were hunting for. The second day, our hunt master, Mr. Mark, took some time to share some wildlife education with us. At the end, he asked, is anyone brave enough to try some deer poop? Being the only girl, I knew I had to volunteer. 9-year-old me said sure. I walked up there proud and popped one in my mouth. I was happy when it turned out to be a chocolate-covered raisin. The last day, I was allowed to shoot a buck. When I hunt, I get very nervous, but TYHP doesn't care. They keep letting me back into the blinds. After my shot, we waited what felt like forever, but in the end, it was fun going out to track my buck, using what I learned about blood trails. I helped cape my deer and even got to teach other kids and parents how to harvest their deers. At the end of the season, I got to go to Texas Big Game Awards, and I took my buck. It was my first time there, and I was very nervous to walk up in front of people I did not know. In the end, I had a fun time. Without the support of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, some children may never be allowed to hunt like I was. Some families do not have the money to hunt. Some families do not have the money to buy firearms, and some kids do not have parents that hunt. But with your support, you are ending those roadblocks. Thank you again for letting me speak today. I am Lily Mosley, a TYHP hunter. Thank you for supporting Texas Youth and Wildlife. Texas TYHP.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jeremy.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Schull, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the Texas Youth Hunting Program. 4 years ago, I began my journey in the big game hunting through the Adult Learn to Hunt program with my first hunt in Mason, Texas. Since then, I've continued to grow as a hunter, conservationist, and steward of the land by mentoring with ALHP each season, giving back to the program that has given me so much. That experience built my trust in this program and its mission, so when my daughter showed an interest in hunting, I turned to the Texas Youth Hunting Program, knowing it would provide her lessons in safe, legal, and ethical hunting methods while providing meaningful opportunities. Last November, we attended her first hunt at the AA Ranch in South Texas. It was an unforgettable weekend. She harvested her first animals, filled our freezer for the year, and together we created memories that will last a lifetime. The experience was capped by attending the Texas Big Game Awards, where she received her first big game harvest certificate, surrounded by many of the same people who gave me my start back in 2021. I want to sincerely thank the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission for supporting TYHP. Because of your work, families like mine are able to enjoy the outdoors together, learn, and carry forward the great Texas hunting tradition. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Dante.
How have y'all been? Good? Awesome, love to hear it. I'm gonna start with a quick joke from a favorite movie of mine. It's called Pursuit of Happiness. Anybody familiar with that one? Okay, well, Will Smith walks into an interview and says, you know, he's got paint all over his shirt, and the interviewer goes, well, you know, at least you have nice pants. Well, I look down at myself, I look at everybody in the room, and I've got shorts on and everybody's got pants on. I'm like, well, at least I've got a nice shirt, okay? My name's Dante Smith, and I'm actually hailing from Beaumont, Texas. I live in Elgin, Texas now, but have been in the Central Texas area for about 13 years. I graduated from Southwestern University, where I actually got connected with an individual that invited me out to my first official ALHP hunt. I was introduced to hunting from my grandfather. We called him our Louisiana cowboy. He's originally from Lafayette, Louisiana, and he just taught us so much. He was an anchor for our family. We were connected to the outdoors out in Beaumont. We were big into the saltwater fishery out in Sabine, if anybody's familiar, and so we typically stuck to fishing. My grandfather, around 9 or 10 years old, whatever the legal age is, I don't really remember. I think we're past the statute on that. But if not, it was whatever that age was, took us out on our first hunt around that age, and I didn't get anything. I didn't get to harvest anything. So we kind of stuck to fishing. I then kind of got away from hunting and really focused on school and football and all the other sports. But we did stick to fishing thanks to my dad and my older brother. That's always been a big part of our life. But as I introduced our first son into this world about 1.5 years ago, and as we're about to introduce another one in less than 30 days, I knew that there was another opportunity for us to just continue that legacy from our Louisiana cowboy, Freddie Joseph Etienne. So I reached out to my buddy at TWA, Texas Wildlife Associations. His name's Jim. And I said, man, I see that you're doing so much good work. How can I be a part of it? How can I be an adult that's trying to relearn how to hunt? And he said they're partnered with TPWD or WD. I can't think of acronyms right now. But, and he just, again, praised you all, praised Texas Wildlife Association. And I am here today to also praise you. I appreciate you. The legacy that you're going to allow me to carry on for my family is immensely appreciated, and I cannot wait for my next opportunity. I will say, on my first ALHP hunt, it was similar to my grandfather's story where we didn't get anything, but the guys invited me back out, and I did harvest 2 does in the program. Cleaned them just like I would clean a fish, and I learned so much. So really happy with the program. Thank you, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Thank you all for all that you do for the support of that company and that organization.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call 6 names, and you guys, first is Ben Torres. You can make your way to the microphone, followed by Jimmy Barron, or Baron, not sure, Clyde Goodnow, Matt Wagner, Lance Trink, and Jim Mine. Ben.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Torres, and I come from Angleton, Texas, but my roots hail from Southwest Texas. I am Lepon Apache. And the thing I want to address today with y'all is urban sprawl, especially within the Southeast and I-35 corridor. I don't know if y'all noticed, but a lot of development's been going down in Texas lately, and I feel like it's a necessary thing to address at the moment because as of right now, there is less than 1% of prairie left in the coastal prairie region, the Blackland prairie region, and the Post Oak Savannah region. And it's getting to a point where Texans aren't able to connect to the land anymore. And without being at that connection to the land, we have no connection with our community. With the land, we are able to bring together the community, and without it, we eventually come apart. And I'm sorry, I'm at a loss of words, but I feel like it's a necessity that we address the problem right now and focus on bringing back our prairies in one way or another, especially because I'm sure that y'all grew up listening to quail in the morning and catching fireflies in the evening and seeing all kinds of stars at night, but over the years, it's not like that anymore. And I would like my kids and my grandkids to be able to see that one day. And I feel like a lot of Texas culture is related to the landscape, and I want to work towards that, And I appreciate what y'all do for our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy?
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Barron, and I hold a PhD in chemistry from UT Austin and currently reside in Burnett County. I worked at 3M for over 25 years in corporate research on materials, including over 20 years on nanoparticles and larger particulates. I'm an inventor on over 60 U.S. patents. Through this work, I've become quite familiar with the EHS aspects of powders and airborne dust. I'm here to talk about the Burnett County rock crusher that is going in near Inks Lake State Park, Longhorn Caverns, and the National Fish Hatchery. Your own Director of State Parks and TCEQ's Office of Public Interest Counsel both have submitted recommendations that the permit be overturned and/or denied. I completely agree with both of these conclusions. The applications indicate that 53% or 5.2 tons per year of the emitted dust would be respirable, meaning that these particles will reach deep into the lungs, posing significant chronic health risks. In reality, it would be worse than this because recent NIH publications are rightly demonstrating that volumes and numbers of particles matter much more than the weight percents that are reported in many applications and such. At the Longhorn Caverns, in addition to vibration and safety issues, the effects on chicken McNugget bat colony have not been addressed. Published studies on bats indicate that the noise and dust could interfere with everything from bat communication and directional navigation to reduced hemoglobin to causing the bats to completely abandon the area. Imagine how removing or reducing the bat population would affect the insect population. Mosquitoes, anyone? The effects on the fish hatchery could be equivalent or worse. Studies have shown that dust leads to increased water turbidity, reduced water oxygen levels, and introduces contaminants such as heavy metals, all leading to development deficiencies and increased disease susceptibility. I'm happy to provide references or more information if asked, but based on my assessment with my background and the available data, the only benefit I see from the rock crusher is that Burnett and others east will experience redder sunsets. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Just if you mentioned potentially having some information, if you've got something that you could provide to the staff so that we could see that. We're not allowed to really comment, and I'm not sure where this falls under our jurisdiction, but at least if you provide the information, if it does apply to us, we can take a look.
I can provide published papers.
Thank you.
All right, Clyde.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. I'm here today with a real heavy heart. I'm a retired football coach, retired fishing guide. I'm a full-time grandpa right now. I got a place up on Buchanan, Silver Creek, live in Pflugerville. And I've tried with the TCEQ tried with the LCRA about this rock crushing plant. Y'all are next last in line. I need some help. This location of this rock crushing plant is not a good location. You've got Longhorn Cavern Parks. Who knows how many other caves are out there too? Inks Lake, Federal Fish Hatchery. 3509, the road going to this place is not graded correctly. The plan for the runoff and for the silt runoff and the retention and all that kind of stuff from their plan will not work. The grade won't work. It's too steep. I'm asking Parks and Wildlife today to do the right thing and deny this permit. This is not right, ladies and gentlemen. And I spent a lot of time up on Lake Buchanan cleaning up the lake. And I'm very proud of y'all young people right here. Y'all are going to teach the next generation. I'm very, very proud of you. And I don't like trash in the lake. I'm not some weirdo environmentalist, but this isn't the right place for this out here. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I apologize if part of the football coach is coming out of me. But I just can't do this. And it's not right. And I just need y'all's help, please. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Matt?
Greetings, Chairman Foster and Commission members. I'm Matt Wagner, Executive Director of the Texas Chapter of the Wildlife Society. At almost 1,000 members, we're the largest chapter of the Wildlife Society, an international organization formed in 1937. As the threat of the New World screwworm migrates northward, y'all are finding a way to address the impacts to deer and other wildlife while also balancing the need to manage chronic wasting disease in white-tailed deer. The CWD rules that you passed in January are being implemented, but more transparency is needed in enforcing visible ID of released deer, disclosure and fate of positive deer breeding facilities, and notice to landowners neighboring those facilities. The CWD dashboard that has been created is a step in the right direction, and we thank the department for this important tool. We also applaud the Law Enforcement Division for their continued work to pursue legal actions against the 24 suspects involved in the ghost deer case, which also has negative implications for our wild deer. Next week, the Animal Health Commission will hear public comments on their proposal to reduce their involvement in CWD management in native deer, including making hold orders optional rather than mandatory. We think this is a mistake. We implore the department to continue your co-management of CWD with the Animal Health Commission. We are also monitoring water issues from around the state, including recent bills dealing with groundwater. This shared resource, owned by landowners but with unclear water rights, will be addressed in the near future. We know that as demand for groundwater increases, it will be more important than ever to make sure that extraction does not exceed recharge. A recent article from Texas A&M researchers indicates that brush control over the Carrizo-Wilcox Aquifer can actually enhance recharge. So as you work with landowners in these recharge zones, please share with them the importance of land stewardship in not only managing wildlife populations, but also our critical water supplies. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Lance.
Gentlemen, ma'am. Encore 765 kV transmission line. The largest power line ever built in Texas is proposed to be erected right down the middle of the Paluxy River Valley. My name is Joe Lance Trink, and I live on the South Fork of the Paluxy in Erath County, where 3 proposed routes are being considered. The Paluxy, one of only 2 undammed rivers in the state, is a jewel of central Texas and is the crown jewel in Dinosaur Valley State Park. It is also critical habitat for the endangered golden cheek warbler, the only native species entirely propagated in our great state. I am here today to make sure this committee hears the plea of Texas landowners and wildlife that depends on them to exercise all its authority to stop or reroute this project. It is my understanding this unprecedented transmission line will provide power for the construction of artificial intelligent plants in Big Springs. Are we, as Texans, going to lay down at the altar of big tech the rights of Texas landowners and the very survival of an iconic Texas species? Please, as a committee, use all possible means at your disposal to protect the wildlife I know you hold dear. You are our only line of defense in a world bent on ecological development that leads to enormous environmental destruction, including the destruction of a beautiful riparian habitat to line the pockets of a California-owned company whose CEO makes $365 million a year. My intelligence is not considerable, but it is not artificial. It seems to me that in many Texas landowners that are forever affected by these proposed lines, that the developers of these AI plants should build their power and generating facilities and not destroy the habitat of endangered species and trample on the rights of property owners. So please do your absolute best to protect the wildlife I know you love, as well as the Paluxy River Valley and all the species, including the golden cheek warbler, and us Texans who love our land and our great state. Thank you for listening. God bless you all, and God bless Texas.
Thank you. And Jim.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your new assignment. Good afternoon, commissioners, and welcome, Commissioner McCall. My name is Jim Mine, and I run the largest oyster hatchery in the Gulf of America right here in Texas called Palacios Marine Agricultural Research, or PMAR to simplify that. We are a nonprofit organization in the state with a simple mission: use Texas oysters to save Texas bays. I want to take the opportunity at this annual session to give you a mid-year update on how we're doing so far down in PMAR. We have produced at this point 80 million oysters, which is almost a tenfold increase over our production in 2024. To give you some context of 80 million oysters, that's roughly double the annual harvest over the last 3 seasons from our public reefs. So a pretty substantial amount, and we're only at the halfway point. As we head into the fall, we actually expect to produce conservatively another 120 million oysters, or 200 million oysters for the year, which is 5 times the average harvest from any season of recent note, which has been in the 40 to 45 million range. We're working with the department right now on ways that we can make the best uses for these cultivated oysters to restore Texas bays, and I look forward to coming back at future sessions and sharing the successes that we have formed together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's impressive. Next, I'm going to call 6 more names. William Golding. You can make your way to the front, followed by Nan Manning, Kirby Brown, Larry Black, Fermin Ortiz, and Graham Jones. Mr. Golding.
Good afternoon. My name is William Golding. I'm with Save Burnett, and I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the proposed Asphalt Inc. rock crushing plant on Hoover Valley Road in Burnett, Texas. We are excited that Governor Abbott added to the second special agenda camp safety legislation to ensure and enhance youth camp safety. This rock crusher plant is less than 3 miles from Longhorn Caverns and Inks Lake State Park, and the Asphalt Inc. proposed plant will be blasting and creating vibrations throughout this. The site is also on the same fence line as Camp Longhorn. The lady behind me is the camp director, and she'll tell you more about it. They have over 2,200 kids that go to that camp. Can you imagine an 8-year-old child riding a horse? Boom! From blasting. To say nothing, they sleep outside, silt, and everything else. In the handouts I delivered earlier today to you guys in a black folder, there was copies of the Burnett Bulletin. On the front page is a story about our efforts, okay? Also included in that handout is a letter from the director of Texas Parks and Wildlife, and I would like to quote on the second page of the letter that you have. TPWD requests the applicant required to initiate coordination with TPWD's Ecological and Environmental Planning Program Review Team. The Environmental Review Team reviews development projects from a variety of industries, provide recommendations to protect the fish and wildlife resources during the construction. In addition, the required coordination, TWPD requests the applicant be required to conduct air dispersion modeling that considers impact. Everything we've seen so far through TCEQ, TWP, I'm sorry to say, they've ignored most of the requirements that we have. Finally, I just want to say we love our Central Texas area, Camp Longhorn, all the places we have, fish hatcheries, quiet and peaceful. We're not against rock crushers. We just don't want them right next to our camps. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Manning.
Hello, everybody. Thank you all for having us. And I know we've just got a moment to speak, but you have a folder like this. Blue has a Camp Longhorn heading because my office helped me put this notebook together. And I will tell you a lot of what everybody said is exactly true. The location, if you look probably on the second page, you'll see exactly where the location is. You've got Camp Longhorn right here. You've got a fence line. You've got Longhorn Cavern State Park, and then you've got Ink Slate State Park. Okay, so those two parks are crown jewels. And I know that you all are in charge of all the parks, and I've been to so many. I've been to Paladura Canyon. I've been all over the state of Texas. And there's some beautiful parks. We have to protect them, and we need your help. In your folder, you will first see the flooding that was caused from Spring Creek, which is at the proposed rock crushing site. What happens is Spring Creek and Peters Creek flows into where Camp Longhorn is. Spring Creek flows all the way down, and it goes into Devil's Backbone Nature Trail, which goes into Devil's Waterhole, which goes into Ink Slate State Park. And if you look at those pictures, and granted, that was 6 inches of rain. We've had a lot more than that, and we've had bigger floods. But they had to close that bridge, and that silt and that poison and that silicon dust will go straight into that area. The other part of your folder, and it's a lot of reading information, but there's a lot of maps about the cave, and there's a study that shows that this cave is actually sinkholes, and they're extremely, the possibility, it's not a possibility, it's a reality that with blasting, which will be less than 3 miles away, these sinkholes will collapse. And there's caves underneath Camp Longhorn, there's caves underneath the proposed site. It's a known fact. So what we'd like to ask you is just to say, the TCQ and the LCRA have failed us, right? And when we ask why, they say they checked all the boxes. Well, we want another big box that says common sense. Check it. Common sense. Okay? So we want to protect all the parks, and we know that's your responsibility, but you all have a lot of power, and we are hoping that you could help protect these parks, protect this area, and I'm all for all parks everywhere, but this is a concern right now, and you can tell from all of us, and we appreciate your time. And please have fun reading all this stuff in the back. There's a lot of information in there. Thank you all. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Kirby Brown?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good to see you, and thank you for your service. We appreciate it very much. I'm Kirby Brown. I'm a conservation outreach biologist with Ducks Unlimited and a former TPWD member, retiree. Ducks Unlimited, I hope most of you know, is the largest wetland organization in the world with 1 million members and supporters, including 55,000 current members in Texas. And since 1937 has restored and conserved over 17 million acres of wetlands in the United States. And in just the last 2 years, in each of the last 2 years, we've conserved 1 million acres in the United States. Really impressive to see that happening. In Texas, in our fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, just the other month, DU and TPWD collectively partnered on over $6 million of wetland projects on TPWD wildlife management areas. And it's a great relationship, conservation synergy that we have, and a partnership that with both the Wildlife Division and the Coastal Fisheries Division as we work through a lot of coastal issues. And DU last year raised over $9 million in 120 local Texas events. And those funds are often leveraged with federal and state grant programs, such as with TPWD's Pittman-Robertson funding and funding derived from the sale of the migratory bird stamp here in Texas. And also with the Texas General Land Office, private foundations such as the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. And this conservation work occurs basically throughout the state on many state-owned wildlife management areas, the private lands in the Texas Panhandle, and along the Texas coast, Texas coastal waters. And we put over $25 million on the ground last year, moving mud, restoring and protecting coastal shorelines and wetland habitat. So want to thank the Commission and the Department for recognizing that water are a shared resource and that wetland habitat conservation has to take place not only here in Texas, but also internationally, up in Canada as well as in Mexico. And your participation in the Fall Flights program has been one of the things that helped that happen. We appreciate both you and the staff in working with that. Finally, we couldn't have accomplished this work with you guys, without you guys. Thank you. That's what we're here to say. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Larry Black.
Good afternoon. I am a semi-retired lawyer. Used to work with the Attorney General's office doing tort defense of agencies just like yours. And I am now pro bono counsel for Save Burnett, opposing the quarry adjacent to the parks. I am here to tell you that since you have been put on notice today and your agency almost a year ago of the hazard posed by the adjacent land, you have a duty under the Texas Tort Claims Act to warn or make it safe. Warn or make it safe. To date, TPWD has done nothing. That's not an option. Let me urge you to contact the lawyers at the Attorney General's office that try tort cases and say, hey, here's our position. Here's what we've been provided. Is it an option to do nothing? And I assure you, with all my experience in this area, they will tell you, no, you must do something. Please do so.
Thank you. And Fermin Ortiz.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your attention to this issue. You've seen the passion, you've seen the heartbreak that we have out there. But quite honestly, I love the Texas State Parks. We'd always take off on the weekends and go stress relief. My wife and I are 44 years, and we still do. I know we have a bucket load of monies available for buying and getting new parks, which I'm all excited about, but we do need to protect the ones we have. And there's studies that this blasting above a cave, I mean, just think about it, is going to go all the way up and down. It doesn't stay there. There's no fence line that stops it. It will affect what we have in Longhorn Caverns. It is irreplaceable. We cannot just go on Amazon next week and get another one. I just implore y'all, beg y'all, have them do studies before it's too late. It will not be able to be fixed. We can't go back and put retaining walls or something if this is allowed to proceed. If I'm wrong, it's kind of like I was debating a friend of mine the other day about Christianity. I said, if I'm wrong, I'm just a better human being. If you're wrong, you got the trouble. I don't want to tell y'all what could happen if we lose Longhorn Caverns. A lot of children here that were here earlier that deserve to be able to enjoy it, just like my family has. We have a ranch out in Llano County for 150 years. We need to protect Texas state parks. That's all we're asking. No fires, no demonstration. Just do some studies to make sure we're safe and we can protect our lakes and our Longhorn Cavern. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Graham Jones.
Good morning, Chairman Foster, Vice Chairman Bell, Commissioners, Dr. Jaskowitz. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Graham Jones. I'm the Executive Director for the Texas Conservation Alliance. I also proudly serve on the Oyster Advisory Committee and the Coastal Resources Advisory Committee as well. And I spent a little time at Parks and Wildlife. Texas Conservation Alliance is proud to work alongside the Parks and Wildlife Department in advancing conservation that benefits both people, habitat, and wildlife. We recognize the department's leadership, specifically in coastal fisheries management and oyster-related issues, efforts that are vital to the health of our oyster reefs and bays and estuaries. These initiatives, which include the modernization of the COL program, the mariculture program, the oyster buyback program, to name a few, are extremely important, not only to us today, but for generations to come as well. Above all, I want to emphasize our gratitude to the State Parks Division, our game wardens, biologists, technicians, admin, support staff, and every employee who works on behalf of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Your collective efforts are what make conservation in this state possible. We believe that by working together, we will continue to protect Texas rivers, forests, coastlines, wildlife for generations to come. Specifically, TCA, we are very actively involved in protecting our wild and free rivers throughout the state and are keenly aware of our water situation and monitoring that with our partner conservation organizations. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service and everything you do for Texas.
Thank you. Monica Morrison, you can make your way up to the microphone, followed by Jenny Sanders, Charles Eckel, Ronald Eckel, Kevin Good, and Morgan Tyler. Ms. Morrison.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Foster, Commissioners, and Dr. Jaskowitz for giving me this opportunity to speak to you again today. And I appreciate your efforts in banning canned hunts in Texas and also for implementing 36-hour trap check times for our cat. My name is Monica Morrison. I'm the founder of Texas Native Cats and a coalition member of Texans for Mountain Lions. I'll keep this brief. In June 2022, Texans for Mountain Lions submitted 6 steps for change and a petition for rulemaking submitted to TPWD. Included in those 6 steps was the following: mandatory harvest reporting. Reporting harvest to Texas Parks and Wildlife Department will provide crucial information on mountain lion distribution and trends in the state of Texas. In January 2024, former Commission Chair Joseph Fitzsimmons, who led the Mountain Lion Stakeholder Group, met before the Commission and agency to present the results of the meeting held by the stakeholder group. Mr. Fitzsimmons noted, and I quote, "Harvest reporting is an important tool in measuring the health of a population." He mentioned the lack of data, which mandatory harvest reporting would significantly help to resolve. This was cited numerous times in his presentation. I will note that mandatory harvest reporting of mountain lions is the standard in other states. I ask that you keep mandatory harvest reporting at the forefront of any decisions you make for mountain lions. Without it, the Texas population of this species remains in peril. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Sanders.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Jaskowitz. Welcome, Commissioner McCall. It's good to have representation from Deep East Texas, so glad to have you here. My name is Jenny Sanders from Lufkin. I work as an independent contractor in private lands, wildlife conservation, and policy across the state. I represent myself today. I want to commend the department for your leadership as it relates to chronic wasting disease. The rule packages for the captive deer industry, law enforcement's recent work on the ghost deer case, and the rapid deployment of the recent CWD dashboard are huge steps forward. But we can't take our eye off the ball. The recent reemergence of New World screwworms is a great example and the danger of complacency. We face the same risk with CWD if we let up now. I urge continued resolve in 3 areas: compliance, disclosure, and partnership. Please continue to be vigilant in enforcement of visible ID on released breeder deer and provide strict penalties for violators. Secondly, the historic lack of compliance on exposed release sites has been a huge hole in the CWD containment effort. These sites are, under current rule, not eligible for the Managed Lands Deer Permit Program. Swift revocation of those permits for non-compliant landowners is a must and will serve as a great deterrent for, or an encouragement for greater compliance. On disclosure, the CWD dashboard is an excellent tool. To strengthen it, please consider adding the addition of exposed release sites to the maps, their compliance status, and the ghost deer movement locations so that the public can make informed decisions when they hunt, when they buy land, when they consume animals in those areas, and assess their own risk. And then finally on partnership. Since CWD first arrived in Texas, there's been an effective partnership with the Texas Animal Health Commission and Texas Parks and Wildlife. We understand that Texas Animal Health Commission is attempting to back out of that. We just encourage the department to push back, leaving you as a department with a whole bunch of new responsibilities, but lacking the statutory authority and resources to back that up is going to be difficult. And then lastly, and I'm sorry I'm going long, but please continue to engage your advisory committees. Those committees provide transparency and faith that the public has a voice in the decisions that are made up here. And it's been a big key in my mind to the reputation you have with private landowners and hunters across Texas. So in closing, thank you for your leadership, vigilance, transparency, and partnership. We can continue to be a leader in chronic wasting disease management. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Eckel.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Eckel. I'm here representing Lissi and Eckel Feeds. Texas wildlife faces a real screwworm threat. The good news is we already have the scale to act. In South Texas alone, there are roughly 524,000 white-tailed deer across 16.7 million acres. It's 1 deer to 32 acres. On the same landscape, about 70% of those ranches provide supplemental feed. And where offered, about 90% of the deer of those acres consume the feed. On high fences and managed lands, over 90% supplement feed, and well over 95% come to those feeders. Our proposal is a host-based drug barrier for wildlife, and by doing so, the way we will do this is maintain steady oral ivermectin exposure during peak risk times, so blood and wound secretions are hostile to screwworm larvae, buying time and reducing the reproductive burden the sterile insect technique must overcome. So how do we do that? We offer daily feed formulated with ivermectin at the correct dose, and we put that into those protein feeders across the ranches, making sure that we are getting ample access to cervids and not target, and making sure that we are keeping away from non-target species. The scale of this is already there. Many of these feeders are already in place across the Texas wildlife landscape, and we know that the animals are coming. We still have that 35-day withdrawal that comes with this ivermectin and feed, but oral ivermectin is the only current option that is scalable and can reach whitetail mule deer across the state in a rapid moment in a drop of. We have the 2016-2017 Florida Keys outbreak to look back on, where managers paired sterile insect technique with macrocyclic lactones and key deer, showing that, and it had success. It worked. So I'll close, and I ran out of time, but sterile insect technique is the hammer. That's what we need, is more sterile flies, and we have the money coming. But this wildlife-focused oral ivermectin option turns barriers and turns our success into these great windows. And so we have been working alongside with your department. We look forward to more, but know that we are fighting for this, and we won't stop until we have the wildlife protected. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ronald Eckel.
Thank you. My name is Ronnie Eckel, and I'm with Lissy and Eckel Feeds out of Poth, Texas. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Yashkovich, thank you for your service. Thank you for the time that you've given us today. Alan, thank you for your efforts. It's been very good. But contrary to comments by state officials, Texas does not have a plan to protect Texas wildlife from the New World screwworm fly. Monitoring, surveillance, and limiting the movement of livestock in no way protects livestock and wildlife from the NWS. We keep hearing about sterile flies. In the first outbreak of the NWS, back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, 700 million flies per week were needed to eventually eradicate the NWS. That effort took 25 years. It is estimated that when the NWS arrive in Texas, 500 million flies per week will be needed to combat the NWS. We currently have 110 million sterile flies a week total. These sterile flies are produced in Panama. $21 million has been given to Mexico to convert a sterile fruit fly facility. That production will not be available until next year, and it's expected to produce 60 to 100 million sterile flies. Keep in mind we need 500. It was announced last week that a new sterile fly production facility will be built in Edinburgh. At the House hearing yesterday, timelines of 2 to 3 years were mentioned for completion. That's it. That's the plan as it exists today. Monitor, surveillance, limit movement of livestock, 110 million sterile flies. As Charles just mentioned, there is a plan, macrocyclic lactones, ivermectin and doramectin. Macrocyclic lactones in the blood and tissue of wildlife and livestock are effective in killing early-stage larvae of the New World screwworm. The key to their effectiveness is frequent dosing to make sure ivermectin or doramectin levels in the serum and tissues are adequate to kill or paralyze the early-stage larvae. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kevin Good.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Good, and I'm here as President of Texans for State Parks, which is a coalition of park nonprofit partners, user groups, and volunteers all across the state. I want to begin by expressing our appreciation and admiration for the work done by Rodney Franklin and the whole State Parks team. I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, but I do want to remind everybody of the importance of state parks in providing a spot where families can make memories, land, natural and cultural resources are conserved, and encourage you in your visit to El Paso in a few months to go by and visit Waco Tanks, which is often referred to as the Sistine Chapel of Native American rock art. And I will say I don't know anybody that has visited there and not been impressed. I want to particularly express our appreciation for the new parks that are coming online and the efforts of the agencies to develop these new parks. This is kind of ending a 20-year drought, I would say, in terms of park development in this state. And it's important that we make up for lost time in providing these access points. I do want to encourage the agency to be judicious in its development of these sites and not create a situation where in a few years we're faced with another backlog of maintenance by getting behind on the needs that come along with developing these facilities. In closing, I would just encourage you to continue the work that you're doing currently and continue to operate these sites so that they can provide access to the outdoors for those not lucky enough to have family lands and provide an opportunity to develop stewards for the future generations. Thanks.
Thank you. And Morgan Tyler.
Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Tyler. Thank you again for allowing us some time to speak here this afternoon. A little bit about myself. I work in the feed and grain industry. Seventh generation Texan. My family's ranched in Presidio County for 140 years now. I'm a father and very concerned about our New World screwworm issue that may be upon us. And I'm very grateful that the Eckel father and son team were ahead of me. They're much more eloquent on this subject matter. But one thing that I grew up with my grandfather talking to me about screwworms, and I heard the stories. I remember seeing some of the old baits and how bad that smelled. And he was a conservationist and really drove me to my career in wildlife management. And I don't want my generation or my daughter's generation to face what may be the detriment to some of our wildlife species that my generations before have worked so hard to manage our wildlife. I implore you to do the best you can to help us get this oral ivermectin product available to us as feed manufacturers. And not just for one company, but across the board. We've had meetings with the Texas Feed and Grain Association, and we all agree that we as an industry can help, although the sterile flies are obviously a great solution. We would implore you to help us get this as a tool to combat the New World screwworm. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shane Bonnet, make your way, followed by Bernadine Dittmar, Wayne Shipley, Robert Braden, and Justin Woody. Shane?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Shane Bonneau, and I'm here to represent the Coastal Conservation Association. I just wanted to come up here today and express my organization's appreciation for all the work that the Department and the Commission has done with the oyster license buyback program. Being able to remove 112 of the 545 licenses, or 21% of the potential fishing effort out there, is a huge conservation victory, and that would not be possible without this agency's work and without the donation from a lot of generous private donors and foundations. And so a big win for conservation. We appreciate all the department's done. If you think about the oyster fishery, historically has been a public reef fishery solely, and now this agency has provided 3 off-ramps for the fishery: buyback, certificate of locations or leases, and mariculture. So pat on the back to the department and the staff and this commission for all they've done to help right-size that ship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bonneau. Sorry about your name pronunciation there. Ms. Dittmar.
Hello, my name's Bernadine Dittmar, and I'm from Kerrville, Texas. And yes, the flood was worse than you can ever imagine. And I just want to thank the game wardens and Texas Parks and Wildlife. Whenever I saw their vehicle, I just was, those are my people. I am the widow of Dr. Bob Dittmar, the first veterinarian of Texas Parks and Wildlife. He was so proud of that, and I just don't want y'all to lose the message of how serious chronic wasting disease is. As I took my 2 granddaughters to school this morning, one of them said, "Bibi, why are you going and talking to those people?" I said, "Well, I have to cheer for the wild native deer. Please put them first and foremost." And the other granddaughter said, "You know, that is really a horrible way to die. Don't they know that? Bibi, are we ever going to see that?" Our ranch was established in 1857. We are low-fed subsistence hunters. My grandchildren hunt. We eat the meat. We bring on the youth for Parks and Wildlife youth hunts. We need to see clear identification. We need to have transparency. Where is chronic wasting disease these days? And I'm going to end by saying I'm really happy Bob is not here to see how chronic wasting disease has traveled across Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shipley.
Yeah.
Hi, folks. I'm Wayne Shipley. I live in Llano County, and I'm with the Lake Buchanan Communities Alliance. Now, I know the name Lake Buchanan is in our organization name, but I want to let you know that our members are small businesses and community civic organizations and POAs from across the Highland Lakes area. Like our name, the name Save Burn It implies that this issue is a burn it problem. Well, I'm talking about the rock crushing plant. You might have guessed that. However, it's not. It would have a hugely negative effect on those of us in Llano and Travis counties. The Llano City Council, in fact, has passed a unanimous resolution against this rock crushing plant. For Longhorn Caverns, daily blasting within 3 miles of the caverns would have a devastating effect on not only the Longhorn Cavern Park, but on the Longhorn Cavern system. For Inks Lake State Park, light pollution from a 24-hour-a-day operation would ruin the experience of one of the most visited and beloved parks in all of Texas. For Camp Longhorn in Indian Springs, let me ask you this. Some of y'all live in Austin. How do you think the reaction of the Austin population would be if a company wanted to come in and build a plant like this 3 miles from Barton Springs? Consider the fact that TCEQ's own Office of Public Interest Counsel recommended overturning the permit, citing flawed emission standards. Since opening in from Rodney Franklin, this is a quote, since opening in the 1930s and 40s, Inks Lake and Longhorn Cavern State Park have been treasured destinations by Texas residents, which currently host more than 300,000 visitors annually. We at LBCA agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Franklin. We would like to offer that this is not merely a burn it or an LBCA problem, it affects every Texan. TPW has been a champion for the Texas environment and has been the lone state agency willing to take a stand on issues like the James River Dam. We're asking for the same resolve on a rock plant. Leave you with a paraphrase of Princess Leia. Help us, TPW, you're our only hope.
Thank you. Mr. Braden.
My name is Robert Braden. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Texas Grain and Feed Association, one of the oldest trade associations in the state of Texas. I come before you today. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity. I know I've seen compassion in your faces and your smiles this morning when you were listening to the Junior Brigadiers, so I know it's there. What I'm talking to you today about is not something good. You know, medicating our wildlife is not something we want to whip out as an idea for anything. But what we have coming at us possibly, or when, you know, the ifs are falling off the rhetoric. It's a win. And when the screwworm gets here and crosses over our borders, you have the Animal Health Commission testified yesterday in front of the Texas Ag Livestock Committee that they are prepared and they're ready. They're prepared with their ideas of monitoring and surveillance. Cattle can be injected, cattle can be rounded up. As far as our wildlife, the only real thing there, and we've heard it from the Animal Health Commission, the wildlife will just die. That's the plan. The plan is you see a sick one, you call Texas Park and Wildlife, you come remove it. In an extensive incursion, I'm curious what you're going to do with all the carcasses. I'm curious how you're going to handle that. You know, my members have been feeding animals for a long time. We have very good research and data on oral ivermectin in feed. We can do it. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration now has the authority to grant special use, emergency use of ivermectin in feed. I would like this commission's support in commissioning them to expedite that for us to get this not on shelves today. That's not what we want. We want to be prepared with the right dosages, the right durations to do the right thing if it gets here and only if. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Mr. Woody.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Justin Woody. I'm fourth generation oyster fisherman out of Galveston Bay with Jerry Seafood. And I just want to thank the department, the commission, coastal fisheries guys, Robin Rikers, Dacus Giesling. We're making headway. September 1st, we're going to open the applications for new COLs, which is the on-bottom leases, which hasn't happened since 1988, I think. And they're very much needed. I mean, I currently have some of the COLs. I have mariculture, and we're heading in the right direction. So I just want to say thank you, guys. We're making headway. You have a good day.
Great, thank you. I don't have any more names on my list. Is there anybody else who would like to speak or who I've missed? I'm taking that as a no. Okay, this commission has completed its business, and I declare us adjourned at 3:26 p.m. Thank you very much.